Alright. Welcome, welcome. Yes, Otter. DM is family friendly. Oh, good. The command works. Took me like half an hour to actually get it to work. Because for some reason, it would not. Alright, I'm just... Okay, they just started the draft, so let's see what we can get here. I'm not really sure what that means, Otter. Alright, hold on. Yeah, I'm trying to get the drafts working. Here I can just go to what we got so far. Oh, that's the wrong one. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, so they're just going through the Civ draft right now, and I'm trying to crop it properly. Yeah, I think they were having trouble with the draft previously because it would not open for me. So it took a minute for me to actually get them working at all. Okay, looks like they're finishing up the draft here. I am just trying to get it working here. Good thing is, as soon as I'm done with it with this one, it will be done for the rest of the sets. So I shouldn't need to actually do anything with that. Alright, almost done with it. Apologies, this is taking me forever. My default is set to not to drafts without admin bans, so okay, this should work out better. Why is that one cut off now? What the heck? Oh, I see what the problem is. Okay. Okay. I think we're good. We just fit it to size now. Okay. I think I got it. How does that look, Otter? Does that look acceptable? I guess the score's a little off, huh? Okay, let's do that. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting there. Okay, hold on. Here we can go to Legend, and see, Auriko is on the left. Auriko. How's that? Better? Yeah, I get it. Okay, let's see. Let's look at the draft here. So what do we have? We've got Golden Swamp and Acre for Auriko. Thames, or Toms, however you want to pronounce it. And Savannah for Legend. Okay, some more open maps for Legend and some water-based maps for Auriko. Not Lagoon, because Legend did ban Lagoon. And what civs do we have here? Koreans, Gurjaras, Japanese, Turks, Bulgarians, and Maya for Auriko. Not sure why the Mayan pick. Huns, Magyars, Teutons, Hindustanis, Bohemians, Georgians. Oh, I like Legends draft way better. Now, granted, Koreans is really good for Auriko. But I do like... Yeah, I like Legends civs a lot better. The thing... yeah, let's see what... Yeah, it's... These seem to be a bit more land-based, save for, like, Golden Swamp. So... Yeah, I think I like just the more cavalry, mobile-based, maybe a little more aggressive civs for Legend. But I think they're both actually pretty good. Yeah, I get Japanese are pretty good civ. I can't say I've had the best success with Japanese, but yeah, they're really solid. Yeah, I will say Koreans are better than Huns. I do really like the Koreans pick here. Let's see, do they have a game up yet? I'm not seeing it. I don't know. I don't know what he hosted. I'm just not finding the game up. Ah, there we go. Okay, just showed up. All right. Okay. We are in. Game 1 is on Fez. And we've got Hindustanis versus Mayans. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. And Auriko is going for the barracks opening with the castles in front and an early market as well. So he really wants to rush this down. Whereas Legend is going for a more standard approach. Stables. He started building a market and then stopped. But Auriko did get 1 kill with this eagle. So. Yeah, I know. He's missing the Mayans. So this is an interesting matchup. Because Gulam for Hindustanis kind of just shred Mayans. The only thing that Mayans have against that is their Elite Plume, which do bonus damage against infantry. So if he can get enough Elite Plume on the field, I think Auriko will be okay. But if he can't quite get this rush doing as much damage as possible, and Legend gets a bunch of Gulam on the field, I think he'll be fine. He doesn't quite have his clump completed, though, and there are no castles being built yet, so he's decided to not go for the Gulam route. But both players have lost 2 bills already, and I'm seeing Barrett Champion being queued. Okay, so he's going defensive champion rather than Castle Gulam. Also, how's the audio balance? Is everything... Can you hear the game and me just fine? Or is one of these too loud? More castles going up now for Auriko. He's also branching out to the left to get a castle secured over here. And we're starting to see Halbs mix in now for Auriko. And he's getting some plumes out on the field. So I think Legend needs to switch off of Camel now and start going into something else. So losing more Vills to Eagles on the side here. Finally getting a castle up, and he has 1 range. He's going to need more range. He's going to need some hand cannons on the field very quickly. Also some idle villagers. I think Auriko's just feeling a lot more confident on this map. He's spreading out now. His rush has done enough damage. He got 5 kills off that, so that's already a success. But he's also kept Legend kind of trapped in his base. So Auriko's expanding out to the right side with some TCs in the wood. He's getting TCs down on the gold. He's also getting castles to secure the rest of the gold on the map. And Vill count's still very even. I think Legend is rushing down a few more TCs than Auriko has right now. And now Legend's trying to play very defensive. So he's got his army kind of just sitting at home now. I think he really needs to add a lot more hand cannons now. He's kind of gone for a mix of everything. He's got 6 stables, 7 barracks, he's got 6 ranges, he's got some siege workshops down. I don't think he really knows what he wants to commit to yet. I think it's got to be Gulam hand cannon long term. Camels aren't going to do anything in this matchup, and if you're going to play champion, Gulam are just going to be better. Yeah, Maya have a good matchup if you can get early damage in, if you can get a good rush in, and then just stop Hindustanis from getting to Gulam hand cannon, then Mayan can actually do okay. Onagers now for Legend, just to try and do something against these plumes. Plumes are very fast, they're very mobile, so... Is it on 1x speed? I think it's on fast speed. Yeah, it's on fast speed. Now we're seeing Auriko getting docks up just to try and clear this top side. This is where all the stone is located on the map. This is also where all the relics are located. Players haven't gone for relics yet. But Auriko's out here with catapult galleons. Horrible ship, but eh. That's what he's got, so. Doesn't have cannon galleon. That's the cannon galleon replacement for American civs. Terrible ship, but whatever. Good attack ground. But we're seeing Skirm now for Legend. Oh, you've got resources, man. Don't make Skirm. Oh, yeah. He's gone champion Skirm. That's not what you want to do here. Ultimate comp for Hindustanis here has got to be Gulam hand cannon with some bombard cannon behind. I'm not letting that one pass, Mojito. Sorry. That's not quite family friendly. But yes, Maya are being played here. Yes, yes it is. And no, they're not the #1 civ, that'd be Aztecs. The superior Meso civ. Legends started to stabilize, but his vill count is suffering now. He's got half the vill count. And he's going to really struggle to expand now. He's been able to secure the wood, but he can't really branch out too far because of these catapult galleons, and there's already castles down here for Auriko. So Legend's going to have a bit of a difficult time here. I think if he can get to his composition that he wants here, he'll be fine. But he's not doing it. He's out of food now. And he's got 70 vills in the queue. Oh, geez. Unqueue some of those, man. You need Gulam here. I know. We've got two-handed swordsmen for Mayans and skirm for Hindustanis. I don't really know what's going on here. Yeah, Auriko now just needs to spread out and keep Legend trapped in his base. Legend is just going to struggle for resources now. Doesn't have gold, and he doesn't have access to stone either. Hindustanis do have generally above average trash. They're lacking Haub, but their Hussar are good, their Skirm are fine. But you don't really want to be playing into that here. Eagles will just shred everything. Auriko's got full map control here. And, oh, nasty shots with these Onager. Yeah, this is going to be really tough for Legend to actually do anything now. Yeah, he's still queuing up champion. It's really not what you need here. Anything that champion are going to do, Gulam are going to do better. I guess maybe there's an argument you want the champion bonus damage versus 100 HP Eagles, but I'd still feel confident with Gulam against Eagle. Legend's going for a desperate castle now. He's got to throw everything into this just to try and secure some gold. And he should be able to get it up. But that's all his stone. He can't get another castle up now. And yeah, castle's gonna go up. But Auriko's queuing up Trebs. He already knows he can push this, and that will kill everything Legend hopes for here. Auriko also expanding out further on the right side. So he's gonna slowly start to suffocate Legend of Wood if this goes on. Which it really shouldn't go on. If Auriko can bring all the Trebs over here, he can just take out this castle. And then I don't think Legend really has anything left. Good micro for Auriko. Legend's finally mixed in some Bombard Cannon. And he's got a few of them. So these plumes are going to have to be a little bit careful. Auriko's going to dive here. This should be a cleanup for him. And with the Trebs behind this, the castle's going to go down. And I think... he did back up with plumes, so Legend does survive. But I don't think he's able to keep producing. He's only got 7 on gold right now. Castle went down, so this gold's completely exposed. Yeah, I think Legend's got nothing left now. He's on 100 bills. He's managed to push this back for the time being, but he's so exposed here. And Auriko pushing even further with another castle. He is relentless. And this is going to cut off the only sort of safe gold that Legend has. And it's going to zone him off a whole lot of the woodline. And Legend's going to call GG. Yeah, Auriko's got the gold control now. He can just keep flooding, whereas Legend cannot. I think the problem for Legend was he didn't know what exactly he wanted to go into at the start here, and you never want to go camels against Mesosiv. They don't really serve any purpose. So I think he was okay to go for a barracks opening, but you gotta get your castles down quick in this matchup. So that is Maya, the last pick for Auriko, won against Hindustanis. Legend lost, and Fez did go Auriko's way. So now, I mean, it's play all 5, so they're going to play all these maps anyway. But Legend does get to pick. I think he picks. I don't think it automatically goes to his home map. I think he picks what map they play now. Let's see what they decide to go to. Oh, is the draft not updating? No, it's not. Why is it not updating? That's very strange. Huh. It's updated for me. Why is it not updated there? Ah, okay. Yeah, cool. We'll do. Let me just make sure they haven't started the next set. Or the next game. No, they're not up yet. Okay. Now, let me just post that real quick. They're just taking their time between their games, huh? Boy, they're either really taking their time or it's just not pulling up again. Both are possible. Yeah, I am not finding the game. Does he? Okay. Well, that makes me feel a little better then. Alright, there we go. They have started. I don't know why Maya's drafted. Even worse, he won with it in game 1. I don't know why it's not showing up on their draft, but I'm trying to get it updated. But for now, we're going into game 2 between Auriko and Legend. It is on Golden Swamp, and we've got Koreans versus Huns. So both first picks are being used here. Score, oh yeah, you're right. Score is... score is 0-1, or 1-0, I guess. One zero for Auriko. Okay. So Huns Koreans, I like Koreans way better in this matchup. Much better. And Legend's just going full rush. He's got stables, he's got ranges, he threw it on the market immediately. And he's just going full rush. Problem is, Auriko already has a castle up, he's got help defense. So I don't think this rush is going to accomplish too much. Legend's really going to have to micro his CA in order to get some Vil picks here. Turtle ship! Okay, Auriko's just going to queue up a bunch of turtle ships. Why not? So far, this rush for Legend hasn't done anything. And Auriko's already got halbs out. He's got castles on the water. He's got docks up with turtle ships in defense. And Koreans are just going to steamroll Huns here. Halb rocket cart for Koreans is just nasty. Huns don't get bombard cannon, they don't even get onager, they're stuck with mangonels, so they really don't have anything that can... any sort of siege in return. nothing they can do to snipe the rocket carts. This should be a very quick set. Or a very quick game. I don't know about the set. Let's play all 5, so. Well, with both of these being the first picks, this is really going to hurt for Legend. He lost against Auriko's last pick in the first game. And doesn't look like he's going to be winning with his first pick. So Legend's going to have some work to do for the remainder of this set. And holy moly, he's dropping 9 TCs very quickly. Now he's pushed all the way back to his base. I don't know where the halbs are for Auriko. He seemed to have stopped queuing them for a while. So, without the halb there, Paladin actually can kill the ships. Auriko is going to need to pull back until he can get his halb out. Trying to put a castle up in the front. It should go up. I think the halb are here just in time. Legend's going to have to use a CA to snipe the bills. Towers aren't allowed here, so can't rely on Korean keeps to secure the middle goal tier, but castle should be fine. I don't know where all of Auriko's halb are. I think he's having trouble keeping his numbers up here. Still plenty of turtle ships out. Castle did finally go up, but Legend's bill count is going to explode now. He's got almost 90 vills in the queue. I'm seeing a theme here. He tends to queue up a lot of vills. But now he's really going to struggle. Huns do get fast fire ship. They don't get heavy demo. I believe they get galleon. They do get galleon. They don't get Carrack. So their water isn't great. Oh no, sorry, I mixed that up. They don't get fast fire, but they do get heavy demo. Yeah, I mix that up all the time for Huns. Legend's trying to raid from the side. He needs to pay attention to this though. He could find quite a few vill kills if he actually goes in there. Yeah, he's just kind of got a lot of military hanging around the sides. Meantime, he's going to struggle to hold on to the front of his base. Turtle ships and cannon galleons going to be able to destroy a whole lot of the buildings here. And Legend's going to be struggling for gold again. He does have a couple secure gold piles this time around. But he's going heavy CA and Paladin. It's going to be rough. Does get in here with his Paladin. It's a little late though. The castle did go up. Auriko noticed and responded accordingly. So not going to be a whole lot of vill kills. Legend's just going to go straight for the TC. Try and force it on Garrison. And Legend does have double the vill count, but he doesn't have the military here. Yeah, if he came forward with like siege workshops and rams, he probably could do something. But now he doesn't really have a way to push back this army. No military in queue. He's got 50 more vills in queue after having 120, and he's just going to resign. Yeah, I think this was always going to be a rough Civ matchup, regardless of the map. I think any map is going to be a rough Civ matchup. So, no real surprise here. That does mean Auriko wins with his first pick, Legend loses with his first pick. Granted, this is one of Auriko's home maps, so I think Legend may have just wanted to get it out of the way. Which is fair. Huh. Yeah, I don't know why the overlay's not updating. Like in the browser, I'm marking it as wins and losses, but it's not actually updating on the overlay. Weird. Alright, score is now 2-1 for Auriko, or 2-0 for Auriko. It is still play all 5, not best of 5. Oh yes, you're right. You're right, thank you. It is play all 5. Auriko is up 2-0. Hi, Sci-Fly. I saw you've been breaking all my records. You're gonna force me out of retirement. I haven't speedrun in, geez, almost 3 years now. So you're gonna have to force me to come back and take them all back. Yeah, I saw that. I went back and looked at your speedrunning history. I'm like, oh, he's one of the older speedrunners coming back. Yeah, it was good to see. I'm happy there's more competition. But yeah, once because I was kind of waiting for people to start to beat my records before I came back to it. So now that it's actually starting to happen, I think I might get back into it. Because Julio came in a few months ago and started doing stuff. And now you're coming back, so I think I'm going to be getting a bit more active in speedrunning. Yes, Griff, it was Maya versus Hindustanis. Yeah. Yeah, it really was an RM matchup, which is actually really cool. It's a really interesting dynamic in RM, but in DM it's not as interesting, I think. You kind of lose a lot of the strategy and nuance. Okay, game 3, we are going into, Savannah. No, my aren't great. They're terrible. Okay. Savannah for game 3. Auriko's on the Japanese. And Legend is on the Teutons. Whoa, okay, this is an interesting start for Legend. 10 barracks, 2 stable, a castle, and 4 TCs? Sure. Think you're really gonna leave yourself exposed to a CA rush. Looks like that's what Auriko's doing. He's gone for the ranges. Got just a couple defensive barracks in case Paladin rush came in. He's gone for the market, but he's not really watching his base. Paladin back here gonna get some Vil kills. It's already 2 Vil kills. Should be a third if Pathing cooperates here, so it's not gonna be a third. Just kidding. Why'd I say anything? Can he get a 4th? No, just barely not. 3 Vil kills for Legend just with that 1 Paladin. What a hero. Yeah. I recognize that. Spec delay should be turned on, it's not. Okay, so we're seeing Siege Champion, Halb, Paladin, Teutonic Knights, a little bit of everything for Legend. And he is going to deny this forward castle. Japanese are going to struggle a bit here. They don't have Bombard Cannon to take out the siege. And that means it's going to be very difficult for them to deal with the Siege Onager from Teutons. This isn't Legend's Castle, this is Auriko's. He went really aggressive with it. And, oh yeah, Siege Onager are going to be doing a lot of damage here. Oh, is that what happened? Yeah, that was right when I started getting into DM, so I wasn't following it too closely. Yeah, no Onager. I mean, it makes sense, right? You got a whole bunch of infantry. You saw a Paladin opening. There's Siege Onager already on the field. I don't really know what Onager is going to accomplish here, other than maybe take out Scorpion. Okay, Legend's going to kill his own army here. Oh my gosh, Legend! Legend, stop! Oh no. Oh, Legend. Dude, watch your siege. You're killing your own army here. I think he's killed more of his own units with these than enemy units. Now Legend's forward castle gets denied. And he loses all his SO. Legend expanding to the side. He's got some infantry out here. Guarding the corner, I guess. Castle's gonna go down. Auriko's gone for Samurai now. Samurai and Teutonic Knights trade evenly. But I think he needs more CA. Now granted, I get it, Legend has a bunch of SO over here. But I think you really need the CA to be in the back here. And just have your Samurai front line take out the siege. And if he's confident with his CA micro, he could just try and micro down the Onager with them. Japanese infantry should do pretty well in these melee fights. Teutons do have extra armor on their infantry and cavalry though. So I think infantry fights are going to be pretty even here. I think Auriko's really going to need to use his mobility to try and gain an advantage here. I don't think you can take a straight up fight against Teutons. It's only going well because once again, Legend doesn't have anything in queue. He's queued up a bunch of Onagers, but he's nothing to frontline for him. Though Auriko's queue is also dead. So, both players not queuing anything. Except for Vils, of course. Kind of a lull here, but Auriko's moving forward with a bunch of trebs. These are Japanese trebs. They pack and unpack instantly, and they attack slightly faster. But here come the Onager. See what he can do with them. Auriko's just gonna have to back up. Okay, Onager's doing a lot better this time. Hey, these infantry actually did something. Ninth castle could actually kill the castle. Yep, castle dead. Sending more infantry around to raid. And now he's pushing in the middle. And this is where it's going to get really tough for Japanese. Once Teutons can get a good siege mass and at least something in the front line, it's going to be really tough for Japanese to deal with it. Of course, if he just sends in like 2 units and lets Legend kill his own front line, then it could work out. Ooh! Ouch! That's rough. Looks like the boom is going to work out for Legend. He's already pop-capped with 130 Vils. Probably a little too many, but needs to fix his efficiency there. And Siege doing enough here. If Legend can get on top of this hill, I think that might just be game over. So I don't know how Auriko's gonna push him back. Auriko is putting up a good fight here. He's trying to get his CA mass up. Resources are still good, he just needs to queue stuff. Okay, not light cab. Gotta queue up something else. You have better options than light cab right now with these resources. He's only on 100 pop. He's gotta get something better out. I think full samurai. You have the resources for samurai CA right now, just go for that. Where's he headed now? Oh, he's going to stop. That is an aggressive forward castle. That's not gonna work. Love the idea, but you gotta have army here to defend it. Right, now we have to figure out where players are gonna reposition, where they're gonna expand to. Resources on this map. There is actually no food on this map, which, you know, that's pretty typical of DM maps. Stone, gold, wood, fairly normal. They're kind of spread out all over. Auriko did manage to get a castle on this hill, so now Legend's gonna have to try and figure out how he's gonna get rid of that. Losing all his onager to the Trebs. And once again, nothing in queue. He's kind of low on gold now. So he's gonna have a tough time defending this. Yeah. The food, this stat just shows resources that naturally generate on the map. It's not gonna show farm count. I think Legend's eco's a little off balance here. He needs more gold and more on farms. He's got 40 on wood, but he's got 7k wood banked up. He's gotta readjust his eco here to actually make stuff. I think Legend's got just enough to hold on here, but Auriko still has resources. If he actually queues up units, he could go for a big push here. Legend is expanding out to the right side now, in control of this gold. Looks like he's building up raiding buildings here. Auriko does have samurai in defense. Back at home, Auriko's got his castles in good defensive positions. He doesn't have very much on wood. Actually, he doesn't have very much on anything. Where are all his vills? Must all be building stuff. Most of his vills are on stone. And Legend again committing to the castle on the hill forward. And I'm not sure that's going to stay up. It's because Auriko's got all his tribes here. And he has the army to defend him, so... yeah. Both castles actually end up going down here. Legend should lose this entire forward base. Legend's bill count is dropping now. Still has the villager high. He just needs to actually translate that into military. Yeah, this is all being pushed back now. Samurai trade okay against Paladin. They're not going to be amazing, but Auriko, again, killing everything, including his own army, with Onager, so... I think Auriko's going to be able to push this back, and now he's got... kind of got the whole map now, again. Legend still does have this area to the right side, and if he can just grab as much gold as possible, he might be okay. He is going to run out of gold here soon. He's only got 17 on gold. This is supposed to be his gold, but it's very forward, and he doesn't even control it now. He's going to try and go for a castle to maintain control of both these resources. It's probably going to end up being denied. And now I think he's run out of gold. He does have this pile in the back, but it's only about 1900 left. That is not a lot in terms of DM. Auriko now going to go for a castle on this hill. I think I would have preferred if it were on one of these two hills, just to try and maintain control of this gold and this wood. Legend going for raids now. He's making scouts. Teutons, only civ in the game that has access to scouts, but not light cap. Yeah, I think we're at a point now. Auriko's got resources, but nothing in queue, and Legend has no resources, but plenty of army. So, kind of at a stalemate right now. Honestly, Auriko, just queue up everything. Queue up all your castles with samurai. Okay, now he's queuing up stuff. You got food and gold available, man. Queue up units that cost that. He's going to push here. Legend does have a decent army back here to defend. I think he'll be able to defend with this army. He just needs to actually use it. The issue now is he's going to run out of gold. Not much gold left. Not much gold is left on the map. Only 7,000 left on the map. And about half of it's right here. Relic count is even, it's 3-2. So if this game does drag on for a long time, Relic's not going to make a whole lot of difference here. Castle goes down. This is a good fight for Legend so far. He just has to be careful not to kill his own army. And he's going to hold on and push this back. Oh, good onager shot. He was aiming for that one and ended up hitting those on accident. Happy accident for him there. And now he kills a whole bunch of his own units again, so... He's going to push this back now, but he's kind of lacking the resources to make enough siege to actually push here. He's only got a couple trebs out, which if he can keep them alive, would be enough to take out castles slowly. But now he's losing this side. Not much gold here left, but this is even more of the map that Auriko's taking over. And at this rate, Legend's actually going to run out of farm space. He's kind of packed in here, and he's going to have to be creative with how he places farms. Auriko's got 3/4 of the map now. Legend does have these sneaky stables down here he's going to try and raid with. But Auriko does have some units in defense. He has lost his castles on the right side, so his farm eco is a bit exposed. Legend going for another forward castle on the hill. What is this, like the 4th time? Castle will go up. Oh, don't kill all your vills, man. Okay, he's fine. Here we go again. Castle's gonna go up and immediately go back down. Hey, look, he's got a castle. And there it goes. Japanese Trebs. Tell ya. 68 vills for Auriko, 135 for Legend. And, oh, that's expensive loss. Ouch. Auriko doesn't have the eco to replace this. I mean, he has the resources right now, but long term he's not going to have the eco for that. He's got to keep his Trebs alive now. He actually might be able to take out this castle with Japanese Trebs, but these are very exposed and he can't really afford to lose them. Castle is going to go down. He's going to want to run these Trebs. Oh, what? Legend stopped attacking him. Okay, well that's really fortunate for Auriko. Back on the front now. Auriko, again, charging him with just a few units, and Legend's going to kill all of his own units. Arbalest switch? That's got to be a misclick, right? Yeah, okay, he misclicked. Still hasn't queued up vills for a long time. Auriko, you got to get some form of eco. 68 vills, not going to cut it. Especially if you're spamming light cap. I don't really see the purpose of going light cap here, unless he wants to raid. But Legend does have castles and defense. He's got a ton of TCs around. So it's going to be very difficult to raid him. Light cav aren't going to do a whole lot at sniping siege. If he has enough of them, he can. But Teuton Siege does have extra melee armor. It's going to be a bit difficult for light cap to kill him. But again, Legend doesn't have a frontline for a siege right now. So he's just going to lose them all. Auriko's now pushing back. Okay, oh, again with a skirm switch. Teuton skirm are terrible. You're missing Bracer? Ouch, yeah. Surprisingly, Teutons do have all the armor upgrades for their skirm, but without Bracer, this is going to be tough. And I think he just doesn't have the resources to keep going. So Auriko, 0 eco, gonna pull it together and push this back. He just has enough army to continually produce. I don't think Auriko ever got above 150 pop, by the way. Win for Auriko with Japanese against the Teutons. Our remaining maps are Thames and Akare. Both of them still have all their middle picks. Auriko's used his first and last pick. And Legend has used his first. He hasn't used his last pick. I don't know. I don't think Japanese is civ win against Teutons. I would prefer Teutons in that matchup. But Koreans against Huns is an absolute civ win. Mayans versus Hindustanis, I prefer Hindustanis. Hands down. No question. Is it because I hate Meso Civs? Yes, kind of, sort of. Or it's also because Hindustanis should have the better army composition there. Yeah, I don't know what the play is here. Maybe it's... I think it's going to be Bulgarians for Akare. And then what's played on Tums? I guess it's Gurjaras. And then I think it's Bohemians on Akare. Magyars for Tums. What were the admin bands here? Bengalis, Brits, Spanish, Woo. Ethiopians, Aztecs, no. Khmer, Poles, Dravidians, Romans, Slavs were banned. Goths, Malay, and Vietnamese. Okay. Generally pretty solid admin bans. Yeah, it looks like Legend banned with Golden Swamp in mind. But like Koreans go through? Ugh. Yeah, I would have banned Koreans almost immediately. Alright, waiting on game 4 here. Score is 3-0 in Auriko's favor. We're just waiting for them to start again. Seem to be taking a bit of time between their games. Yeah, it's okay. So it's either going to be Akare or Thumbs, and I have played Akare before. It wasn't the previous iteration of TDM. I haven't seen Thumbs played as much. I think I've only seen it a couple times. So I'm curious to see what the strat is. I think it generally plays out just as a regular land map. I don't think the water actually has much impact on the map. But you are going to have the Royal Albert Hall, which does give extra pop space. So that could be a factor if the game goes long. Still waiting for them to start. Hmm. Yeah, I wonder what the pause between games is for. Do have the next set starting in a few minutes here, so hopefully they actually get started here. Ah, okay, got it. That's why they're pausing. Alright. Alright, game 4. Come on, Capture Age, you can do it. Come on. Gonna get there. Okay, there we go. Alright. We got Toms here, okay. Garjaras versus Georgians. Okay, this should be an interesting matchup. Initially, I do really like Garjaras better. But if Georgians can get to Halb SO with some Manaspa mixed in, I think Georgians are actually okay here. What's opening here? A bunch of barracks for legends and houses scattered willy-nilly without a care in the world. So Halb defense against the Camel Rush. And Elephant Archer is also coming forward. Auriko did seize control of the hall, so he's going to have the extra pop space. Both players expanding down to the south with castles now. So they're looking to get control of all the gold and the stone on the map. They don't have very much in their actual base. They have main gold and then a secondary gold off to the side. Usually it's spawned towards the river. But most of the gold and stone is going to be at the south side, so that is going to be very important as the game drags on. But here, okay, Legend does have his army comp here. Halb SO with some Manaspa behind. Georgians do get siege engineers as well. So, yeah, so should do fine. And as long as he doesn't kill all his own units again, I think Legend's gonna have a good push here. Oh, we're seeing Hussar? Why is Auriko spamming Hussar? It's gonna be very costly on your food eco. Auriko does have some bombard cannon out to snipe the SO. Still getting some good shots in. These Elephant Archer are fairly weak. And Halb up close will eat these Elephant Archer alive. This castle is going to go up. Legend's just now queuing up some trebs. So it's going to take him a minute before he can push this back. But I think if he takes this fight smart, Legends should win this and gain control of the south side. Legend running forward with Manaspa to raid now. Manaspa are quite tanky. They lack a little bit of pierce armor. And they don't have the most HP, but They do have decent attack and melee armor. I think overall these are good trades for Legend. Elephant Archer are expensive. Even though for Gurjaras they cost less food, they're still an expensive unit. I say they're an expensive unit. They cost about the same as a Knight, if you can believe that. But yeah, against SO, if Auriko looks away for a second, he could lose this whole army. Castle now being trapped down. Going in to snipe the siege. Don't think he's gonna get it. And, oh, you gotta back up with your Elephant Archer here. Okay, neither player gonna watch this fight, I guess. For the first time, though, in this set, Auriko's got the Vil lead. Wonder how long that's gonna last. I think this is still a very difficult army for Auriko to fight. He needs more Bombard Cannon, but he's already low on gold. Shavamsha are gonna do okay. He's gotta be careful with these Elephant Archer. He really can't afford to lose them. This could be a very quick game. Both players transitioning onto water now, but neither one of them actually doing much with it. Oof. Yeah, it's a rough shot. Legend coming forward with Siege Ram now. He needs more Halb, though. I don't know where all his Halb are. Okay, they're back here. He needs to bring his Halb forward to this fight. If he can win this fight, I think he wins the game. But, oh, all his Halb are back here. Okay, now he's bringing him forward. I think his Siege is all lost, though. Gotta queue up more. Both players, again, neglecting their queue. Ram's being sent in to die now. And neither player really has solid control over this bottom corner. Auriko's spreading to the top corner now. I don't really see why. He doesn't need to. There's not really much up there worth defending. Good fight now for Legend. He does lose some of his siege, but he also does kill quite a few of these Elephant Archer. And man, if Legend actually had his queue full, I think he could push back. But right now it's going to be Auriko pushing. He's got 72 army to 33 from Legend. Legend, again, 70 Vils in queue. That food could be used for army. Yeah, I don't know how aware Legend is of what the hall actually does. It just gives you 25 additional pop space. So Auriko has it, and he's on 200. I actually don't know if Capture Age will go above 200 max pop. It should, right? Auriko trying to go for a raid here with these. He'll get in, but there are a bunch of castles back here. And he's just going to loop back and try and go for the siege now. Meantime, Auriko's getting castle set up now, so he's going to maintain full control here. And he's going to be able to push right in the Legend's base. Yeah, true. True, okay, yeah, it does show. So 220 pop space now for Auriko. As soon as his castle goes up, it'll go to 225. And Auriko finally above 150 pop this set. Just needs to keep his queue up. Both players need to keep their queue going. Yeah, I think Legends boom too much. It's on 140 bills, 26 in queue, and those are resources and pop space that needs to go to army. Ooh. Good shots with the SO. I don't know any French. I know Q is a French word, but I don't know any French at all. I don't speak another language. I can understand a conversation in Spanish. I can somewhat read Latin, but that's about it. I don't speak any other languages. Auriko again, gonna dive in with Shravamsha. Gonna try and split them up to kill the siege and raid at the same time. And yeah, all the siege goes down again. This is the part where Legends' 160 villager eco should kick in. And Auriko actually got to over 100 vills. Amazing. We always knew he could do it. He's gonna push here. I think Legend's gonna struggle to actually get his Q up enough to push this army back. So he's gonna run out of gold in his base soon. He doesn't have much left on either of these piles. He's only got about 2,000 left in his base. So he's gonna have to push out, but he doesn't control any of these golds. He got this castle up to try and control this gold, but it's not gonna stay up for very long. Granted, Gurjaras do miss siege engineers, so bombard cannons are gonna take a while to actually kill a castle, but they'll get there eventually, since Legends doesn't really have a way to get rid of these. Auriko's still raiding, pulling all the halberdier back to defend. But again, he's lost his siege on the front now, and it's going to take him a minute to get his siege numbers back up. Gold count is low, and he's just selling off food. Diving in with Elephant Archer, I don't really know about this idea. This seems way too aggressive here. Couple siege onager over here is going to force all of these back. But again, no meat shield for Legend, so these onager are going to be very exposed and should go down. The Legend's food count is surprisingly low. Would have thought he'd had a lot more farms up, but no, his villager count has dropped significantly, and most of them are on wood. So I don't think he's actually going to have food to maintain his army numbers. He's got the wood and the gold to keep making SO, but he's going to need food for a meat shield, and he doesn't have it. Trebs have gone down. Legend's losing his castle now as well. Auriko does have enough siege to be able to kill those. And once this castle goes down, Legend doesn't have any gold control. And I think he recognizes it and he taps out. 4-0 for Auriko. This is a very strong set for him. Which means our last Our last map is going to be Akare. Oh boy. Okay, I do also have the map and Civ draft for the next set as well. See if Auriko can get the 5-0 sweep, or if Legend can get at least one game. Since the group stage is play all 5, every game does matter. Let's see, are they going to start? Boy, still no game up. They really like to take their water breaks, huh? Come on, guys. Okay, I can see the first game for the next set has started. Fortunately, it is Akare, which is usually a pretty quick map, from my experience. Yeah, not sure why they're not starting. See if we can guess what the civs are going to be, though. Okay, so Turks Bulgarians left for Auriko. And Magyar's Bohemians for Legend? Bohemians makes more sense. But I'm not sure why you would save Magyars. I think Legend just wants to rush with Magyars. And I think Bulgarians just makes more sense here for Auriko. If we can actually get the game up, though. Kinda need the game to be up in order to watch it. Okay, there we go. Alright, final game between Auriko and Legend. It is on Akare. And it is Magyar's Bulgarians. Both players immediately going to gain control of the castles. And we're seeing a stable opening. I would have thought a CA opening makes more sense here. But Auriko's going full stables. Or no, Legend's going full stables. Auriko's going Halb Siege Defense. Legend did get a Vil kill though with his scout. But Conics could be a problem here. Paladin don't kill Conics particularly quickly. So I think Legend could be in for a rough time defending from the Conic rush. One Vil already goes down. Could be another Vil here. If Auriko's paying attention. Looks like Auriko's more defending himself, but he's got help. He's going to have 2 Krapos step. He should be fine. Another villager going down for Legend. Legend sneaking out here with a villager to build ranges. Okay, so overall for both players, the rush could have been a lot worse. Now they're going to move out now. Auriko's got his army comp that he wants. I think Legend's going to have to mix in something else. Ooh, Legend has neither petarded the wall, nor has he started attacking it. So he can't actually get his Magyar Hussar out. Yeah, I don't think the Paladin are going to be able to accomplish a whole lot here. And Auriko did find this villager down here, and he killed it. CA starting to be mixed in now for Legend, but it's a bit late. He's also queuing up skirms. Again, this has to be a misclick, right? Okay, no. He's still got 19 skirm in queue. Come on. Castle forward should go down. Yeah, this skirm's got to be a misclick. I think he's queuing up Halb and CA. And Halb and skirm usually overlap on the same hotkey. Legend is now pop capped. He doesn't have any villagers building houses. He only has 14 vills, and I don't know where they are. There's a bunch forward here. was building that castle. Now they're all idle. Oh, this is a rough start for Legend. I don't really know how he's going to come back here. Half his eco is idle. I think his TC gather point is forward as well. So he's going to lose all these vills. Still trying to hold on. But the conic spam is alive now for Auriko. He's only got 2 crate posts though. So he could be making a lot more. But he really needs to get the rest of his queue going. Needs more help. He's starting to switch into Navy. I think that might be a little bit early. Legend could have a window here where he can bounce back. And he's getting a castle up, defending his main gold. Legend did put some foundations down there, but doesn't have a villager building these docks, so... Still just going to be Paladin and Halb, and Skirm, I guess. And he's finally getting some Magyar Hussar out. He still hasn't opened up. Yeah, he's got the petards, but he's not attacking with them. So he can't actually free all these units. Auriko is going to get this castle tonight. If Legend targets it, he can actually kill that castle foundation. Okay, he is now. Castle foundation down. Trebs are out now for Legend, so he's going to take out this crate post. I don't really know how Legend's going to push this. Bulgarians are a very difficult civ to push. I think Auriko actually mixes in 200 swordsmen now. I think that's what he needs. There's just not enough CA to stop that. And Legend's now out of resources. He's got 40 bills in queue, so he's got to unqueue some of that, but he's only got 300 gold left. He's not able to keep producing here. Auriko's resources still look really good. Legend is dropping a bunch of TCs. He's trying to boom his way out of this. He's finally opened up walls, let his Magyar Hussar out. I think it's probably too late though. I don't know that he's able to stop this now. He doesn't have any more resources. He's gonna barely hold on. That's only because Auriko doesn't really have the siege to push him right now. Auriko's snagging relics. And Legend still doesn't have any docks up to go for Navy. Not that he can afford it. He doesn't have any gold left. Trebuchet's out for Auriko now. Can push this castle. And once this castle falls, Legend's eco is completely exposed. Yeah, castle's gonna go down. There's a bunch of Conic and help here. Legend doesn't have the army to defend this. Magyar Hussar, while they are a great unit against the army composition from Auriko, they're not all that strong. Legend is going to be able to snipe a few trebs, but he's going to lose a lot of Paladin in doing so, and he's also losing his army down here. That's an expensive loss. Villager count is about the same, but Auriko's got double the military count, and Legend's going to call the GG. "5-0 sweep for Auriko. Very well played. I think both players can improve a lot just by increasing their queue. There was a lot of moments in this set where both players just had no military queued up. Alright, let me see if I can find the next set. Shoot, it might be too late to catch game 1. Yeah, I guess so, huh? Yeah, I don't think I'm able to watch game 1. I know it's on Savannah. Oh, thank you for following. Ah, legend. Thanks for the gift sub to Huggy. I appreciate that. I think I'm just too late to catch game 1 of the next set. Man, if we didn't have all those pauses between the games, I tell you what. I can update this though. The drafts. Okay, so here are the drafts for the next set. Again, Huns is a first pick. Yeah, I don't know how I'm able to find their game if it's not pulling up in the game and I can't find it on spec dashboard. I'm trying though. I'm gonna see what I can do to find it. Whoa, wait a minute. This can't be right, right? Oh, it is. Okay, I guess they started early. Okay, I'm gonna have to download the Rex. So let me just do that real quick. Okay. Alright, I'm getting it. Yeah, I think they just started, like, way early. So let me see if I can pull up these games. Okay, let's see. Okay, something's going on here. Yeah, something's not right. Um, okay, so the Rex just aren't working. The only rec I'm able to find from them are using civs that they don't have. So something's not right. See if I can figure out what's going on here. Okay, hold on. There's some wonkiness going on here, I tell you what. Boy, I wish I could contact these players. Because I'm seeing they've played 4 games. 2 of these games are with civs that they don't have. They're not currently in a game. And I can only download 1 of these recs. So something's going on. Do we have an admin in chat that's able to reach out to these players and just see what's going on? Like, I don't want to interrupt their set, but I can't tell what's going on here. Like, I think they're in their set, but they're... Yeah, looking at their recently played, it looks like 2 of these matches they've used invalid civs. Like, we've got Franks versus Aztecs. Euphry doesn't have Franks. And then we've got Mongols versus Huns, but Mongols was sniped. And they're currently not playing. So something's going on. And I don't think I'm in a position where I can figure out what's going on. Okay, wait. Okay, so they are in game right now. Okay, let's at least cast this one, because these are valid civs. So let's cast this, and then we'll see if we can figure out what's going on in the meantime. Okay. So we've got... So this is Euphory versus Ganjii. This is Division 13. We're opening with a scout fight in the middle. And it's Slavs versus Huns. Okay, so this is on... I don't even know how to pronounce it. In the handbook, it's Sertau. Okay. Slavs versus Huns. So this is going to be a very good matchup for Slavs. Slavs are already a really good DM civ. With their bonus of military buildings count as houses. So they give you 5 pop space. That makes their opening really smooth. They also have cheap siege, and it's really good siege too. They're only missing bombard cannon. They also have a really good infantry. So Halberd good, champion are good. They also have a really good unique unit in the Boyar. So Slavs are just all around a really good civ. And Huns are going to struggle against Halbesso civs. They don't have Onager, they don't have bombard cannon, so they're going to have a very difficult time actually getting rid of enemy siege. Here, I'll speed it up a little bit, just to try and get it a little more towards real time. We're seeing a lot of Scorpion massed up now. You're going to need the Halb in front, though, to stop the Paladin from doing this. Ugh, yeah, you got to keep your Halberdier near your siege. Looks like Ganjii is spreading out. He's getting a bunch of castles down. Tarkin aren't going to be that great in this matchup. But we are seeing Rams mixed in now, with Halberdier inside. I don't really like this against this combination. Paladin are going to be able to take out the Rams fairly easily. And Ganjii's now queuing into Hussar because he's out of gold. So he really needs to kill quick here. Euphoria does still have plenty of resources. He's kind of just spamming Halberdier right now. So Ganjii's on a timer, he's got to push quick. But he's going to have a very difficult time doing so against this army composition. And all the trebs going down for Ganjii's made it out with 1. And he doesn't really have the gold to replace him right now. Bunch of SO being messed up now. Euphoria really needs to get some trebuchets out, though, to push these castles. I don't think Rams are going to cut it. But that is what he's taking into. He's queued up a whole lot of Rams behind this. And more trebs going down for Ganjii. Euphoria is also spreading out with castles around his base. And the Slav castles, they cost 40% wood instead of full cost being stone. So they are able to make a lot more of them. Oddly enough, Euphoria's out of wood. So it's going to be a while before he can put a whole lot more castles down. He's going to push out now. He does have quite a few Rams out. I think he needs more Halberdiers on the front here. They're kind of all in Rams right now. Is this going to be enough? I think it is. Treb's going for the Onager, though, and they do kill all the Onager. I don't know. This is going to be close. This castle should go down. But there's not a lot of units behind for Euphoria now. So he's going to be forced back. Ganjii now with trebuchets. Gonna go forward, try and take out this castle. He should succeed. And Yufri actually doesn't have a lot of defense behind this. All his castles are around the perimeter of his base, so they're not really defending his actual eco. $140 bills now for Yufri, with 50 more in queue, but he only has 6 on food. He's got 80 on wood. Oh, you gotta get more farms down. You are Slavs, so your farmers work faster. But you gotta use them. If you never make farms, the bonus does nothing. Boyar now for Yufri, that's a good choice. And once again, all the trebs for Ganjii going down. Okay, we're kind of at a lull now. Ganjii is expanding with castles on this side. He's going to make some trebuchets to try and take out Yufri's castles. So the Boyar are going to come over, should be able to snipe this siege. At the same time, Ganjii also sniping trebs on this side. Yufri's expanding to the corner now with all these vills. Very exposed. Gonna be a big fight in the middle here. I think Ganjii has enough paladin. Should be able to clear this. And he is gonna push this all back, and all the siege goes down for Yufri. That's gonna be rough. Even though his siege is cheaper with the Slavs, that's still very expensive. And now he's actually struggling for gold. Ganjii also doesn't have a whole lot on gold right now. Ganjii has been using the market quite heavily to try and maintain military production here. Gonna try and snipe the trebs. He's gonna get them, but he did lose a lot of paladin. Castles on the right side now being cleared. And players haven't been raiding nearly as much as I would think. This is a very open map. All the resources are going to be very exposed. So I'm surprised there hasn't been as much raiding. Villager count looks good for both players. Both players are pop capped, so we kind of need something to happen now. Yufri's trying to lock down this left side. I don't think this castle really accomplishes much. But there's also not a whole lot of wood on this map. Look, there's only 50k. And that is not very much, even by DM standards. Ganjii now prepping for an assault on the right side. He's got a lot of trebs. He's got plenty of CA over here. We'll see what damage he can do. Yufri's gonna have to swing over with his army, and I don't know if Ganjii's able to kill this army. That is a lot of Scorpion and enough help to frontline. Yufri could use a couple more trebs though. He's only got the 2, so it's gonna take a little while. He is just patrolling with his Scorpion, just to keep him near the trebs. And trebuchets again for Ganjii going down. I'm curious how many trebs he's lost this game. At least 15. Another castle now for Yufri. And that castle might not go up. Okay, it does have the help here. He should be able to kill this trebuchet. Castle goes up. And I think now Ganjii's going to struggle for resources. He doesn't have any on golds. He's kind of banking off the 4 relics he has as his gold income. But he doesn't have a way to kill these Scorpion. Pure Hussar is not going to cut it. Meanwhile, Euphrates' Q is mainly Haup. He only has 77 bills. I don't know what happened to his villager count, but it has dropped. Only one relic there for Ganjii. But now Ganji's losing his base. And I don't think he really has a way. This is kind of where Huns are really going to struggle. They just don't have a way to clear mass siege. And he's stuck on full Hussar. That's all he can really afford. He could go Haub if he wanted to, but this is so many Scorpion. He's going to try to go for a last-ditch dive here, but there's too many Scorpion here. Those Hussar get melted. And yeah, Euphrates got full control of this game now. I don't think Ganjii has any way back into this. This is such a rough Civ matchup for Huns. Yeah, Ganjii doesn't have anything left. Euphrates still pop capped. And he's just gonna flood in with all his units now. And Euphrates takes the game. I think that's not a very difficult game for the Slops here. But still well played. He maintained control with all of his castles. That was very well done. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can figure out what's going on now. Are they playing? Okay, they are playing their next game as well. Okay, so that's a loss with Huns, a win with Slavs on... That was on Sertao. Alright. Now we've got Hindustanis versus Bohemians on Golden Lake. Golden Lakes, okay. Ganjii going for a rush with his Imperial Camel. Against Bohemians, Imperial Camel's not what you're going to want to go into long term. I think Ganjii does recognize this. He's now switching into hand cannons. But we have the defensive castle play from Euphrates. He's getting a bunch of barracks up. Also going for docks and town centers. I think this is too early. You still want more military buildings. Until you've kind of used almost all your resources to queue up units, you're going to want to keep placing buildings. So I think it's a little too early to go for your eco right now. Town centers and docks, they're nice, but not right now. You still need more units on the field. Ganjii also going for docks as well, though, and TCs. Again, a little bit early. I'd like to see some more military buildings. I could really see this matchup going either way. I do really like Hindustanis, just in general. They're really good civ. But against Bohemians, Bohemians have Haub, hand cannon, and Hoofnies. So Gulam are going to be good here, but against mass hand cannons from Bohemians, could be tough. And Hindustanis don't really have the best siege. They only have Onager, they do have bombard cannon, and they do have a really good hand cannon of their own. Looks like we have a pause right now. Not sure what the pause is about. We'll see. Okay, it looks like, based on what I can see, I think this is game 5. Because I've seen they've played Fez and Savannah already. And then we just watched Sertao. Okay, so this would be game 4. And then we have Golden Lakes here. Okay. Which would leave us with Golden Swamp as the last map. Okay. Got it. I'll see if I can quickly get the games that they've played already. Actually, do I already have... Okay, Berbers, Aztecs. Okay, I do have that one. Still have a pause here. And then the other game was on Savannah. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I guess there's a strong wind. Okay. So Ufree just had to pause to close all those windows. Okay, sure. Why not? Okay. So we're seeing a big fight here. There's a lot of hand cannons here, but the Hoofnies behind are gonna devastate these hand cannons. Especially with some Hussites mixed in. Hussites are gonna tank the... both, like, all sorts of damage. They're so bulky, they're not gonna take any damage from hand cannons, Hussar, Camel. They can just take it all. Ganjii is taking control of the middle. He does have castles up. Ufree castled the pawn down here. Okay. I guess. Ganjii's just gonna come over and take out the castle with some Lombards. Well, fight's still going on in the middle. Looks like Ganjii's gonna be pushed back. There's too many Hoofnies back here. And he doesn't quite have enough Gulam to be able to take out the siege here. Oh, Ganjii's got to back up with this army. Ooh, good shot with the Hoofnies. So the disadvantage of putting all your castles in the middle here is it's downhill and on cracked terrain. So these Hoofnies are going to do a ton of damage to any buildings down here. Ooh, yeah, they do so much damage. It's like 500 damage a shot. Yep, this is Div 13. It'll probably be fine. I think it'll be okay. Just have to remember to keep queuing units. That's kind of a common thing so far, even up to Div 5. Struggling to queue units. Okay, Ufree is fixing his queue now. Ganjii still doesn't have a lot in queue. Ganjii did manage to push this back, so he's maintained control of his pond again. Ufree has been fishing in his pond this entire time. There's both a bunch of fish over here and a bunch of oyster. So even if you don't have the middle, you can dock these outside ponds and collect gold from the oyster. Ganjii now has enough Gulam he can charge this. And I think he killed most of the Hoofnies. There's still a couple back here. But he's going to be having a difficult time actually killing these units. Gulam aren't the greatest in military fights. They're okay. Or in melee fights. They're fine, but against champion, they're kind of going to trade evenly. And Ganjii still needs a way to get rid of these Hussites. If Ufree masses up a lot more of these Hussites and gets some Hoofnies behind him, I think he could push very quickly. Ufree now on 100 eco count, whereas Ganjii's only on 60. Ufree also has almost double the military numbers. So I think he just needs some siege, and then he can push. Honestly, I almost wouldn't bother trying to push the middle, and I would just go down here straight for the rest of the base. Yeah, you don't want to build a lot of buildings down here. So again, buildings downhill on cracked terrain. I think buildings take 25% more damage if they're on cracked terrain. So, Hoofnies or trebuchets on top of this hill can destroy everything so quick. Ganjii now doesn't have anything queued up. He's got to be queuing up units here. I don't know what he's focused on, but he has the resources. Gotta queue stuff. Queue up more hand cannons, get some more Gulam out. Okay, he's queuing up a bunch of Gulam now. And he still has a decent amount of castles up. Okay, these castles are much better. They're not on cracked terrain and they're up on the hill. Oh, hand cannons all died again. I think Ganjii's still gonna struggle to actually kill these units. He really just needs to mass up his army, but he hasn't really had more than 50 military at any point. Still struggling to get to 150 pop. I think he just needs to sit back here, mass up his army, and then go for a big charge here. Kind of running out of time though. He's losing his castles. And he's not going to be able to produce Gulam. Gulam do train fairly quickly, though. So he can get by on fewer castles. But it's still not great. And we have another pause. Well, we'll see if he has to open all those windows now. Yeah, Bohemians are a very tough civ to face against. They have great Haub. Their Hoofnies are an amazing unit. And it's difficult to have an army composition that can kill Bohemians. You really have to rely on a good, unique unit. Bohemians almost have an answer to everything. Their weakness is they are kind of slow in the early game, so if you can rush down Bohemians, that's kind of your best bet. But once they get to their army composition and have a good mass, then it's very difficult. I don't know what the pause is about. Well, the next set doesn't start for half an hour, but with the amount of pauses and difficulty with getting the Rex, I don't know if we're going to make it on time. Should be close. I do really want to be on time to that, though. It's Division 1. And I'm going to be casting with Otter on that one, so that'll be fun. Oh, thanks for the follow, Hezzy. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, this has been a difficult set to actually get working, but we're figuring it out. Oh, Keller! Good to see you. Thank you very much. This is our second pause of this game. Not looking well to make it on time to the next set if players keep pausing like this. Gonna do my best, but... Players said anything? No, it doesn't really look like they've said anything on Discord. Well, hopefully they start soon. Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it is gonna be tight. They've had 2 games already where they started with the wrong civs and they've had to restart. And they've been paused for about 5 minutes this game, so yeah, it's gonna be tight making it to the next set. Yeah. They played a game where one player played with the civ they didn't draft, and then played a game where one player played with the civ that was sniped. No, these civs are correct. Yeah, these civilizations are right. But they've just been paused, and I don't know what the pause is about. So I don't know if I'm gonna have to speed through the wrecks of the other games or just be late to the first game of the next set. Yeah, I guess so, huh? Okay, I guess it's really windy where Euphoria is. This is the second pause because of the wind. He's playing from a tornado. So, Yeah, we'll cut him some slack. But yeah, Ganjii has lost most of his castles in the middle. He still has control over the gold, but he's kind of losing his main base now. Yeah, I know. If he goes AFK, we'll know he was sucked away by the strong breezes. Yeah, I think Ganjii's just lacking production now. He still has plenty of resources, but he's kind of just been queuing up Gulam this entire time. I think he really needs to queue something else. He's got to get either some bombard cannons of his own, or something else to try and deal with his siege. Very strong push from Ufri. He's making production buildings back here just in case he gets pushed back a bit. And this is looking very good. Ganjii still does have 5 castles somehow. He's lost about 5 or 6 of them, but yeah, now he's out of stone. He's gonna have to buy stone now. He's going into Cav Archer? Ugh. Ugh. I'll go Cav Archer against Hoofney's Hussite Wagon. Yeah, that's fine, Otter. I think I might watch the Rex on fast speed just to try and get through him a little faster. But yeah, I'm probably just gonna have to grab the draft later and then just catch up on game 1. So this game is live. This is game 4, and I had to grab the Rex for the first 2 games. Yeah, so this is live, and then we should have one more game after this. Yeah, it's gonna be a good set. We got Twethi versus Vinch. I'm really excited for it. Cavalier now? Why is Ufri going Bohemian Cavalier? Okay. Fair enough. It's a very strong push for Ufri still. He's just about fished out everything in this pond. He's gonna have to switch over to the other, or just make a bunch of fish traps. But raids now with Bohemian Cavalier. In point of view, Ufri doesn't have very many villagers. And a lot of his eco is just fishing ships. So once the fish run out, his eco is actually going to take a hit. Is Ganjii able to push this back? I think he can. The Q for Ufri stopped for a moment there. He doesn't have any help, and he doesn't have very many hand cannons left. Where's Ganjii gonna go with his army? Does he see this up here? I think he does. Yeah, he does. He's going to raid up here. Ufri now switching up to this pond. And Ufri is holding the line here. Yeah, there isn't a whole lot of wood on this map. I'm noticing that's a very common theme with the map pool. That there's just not very much wood. Like, when Aftermath is one of the maps with the most wood on it, jeez. Yeah, Acre also has quite a bit of wood on it. Wood game on Acre, heck yeah. I would love to play one of those. That sounds awesome. Ganjii's now pushing the top side here. He does have a more mobile army, so if he can constantly run around and attack in different places, this could be good for him. His vill count is also quite healthy, and Euphry does not have very many villagers. Castle does go down. And now I think Euphry's actually going to lack the eco to keep producing. So let's see how this fight goes. Oof, Halberdier just shredding here. Oh yeah, huge cleanup. Bohemian Halberdier, they're no joke. Oh, you don't want to fight the Halb with Camel. Yikes. Ouch, 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 ouch. You know, Siege Elephant? Yeah, I guess. Would have liked some hand cannon with them. Euphry's still with some light cav, trying to do some raiding, but oh, Euphry's vill count's just going lower and lower and lower. Wait, does he have any farms? He doesn't. Euphry has no farms. His food eco is only fish. Now granted, he does have quite a few fish traps, but you gotta get some farms. Yeah, Ganjii's going for more raids, but Euphry doesn't have very many villagers to kill. I think this is actually looking pretty good for Ganjii, just because Euphry doesn't have the eco to sustain his military production. Priest's going into Scorpion now? Boy, he's really just making everything. And Ganjii now has full gold control. Euphry only has a couple villagers on gold in the middle, and that's it. He doesn't even have control over it either. Ganjii's resources looking really good. He has pop capped, he needs a few more houses. He does have a bombard cannon now. I think he just charges with his entire army, and he can probably kill everything. Oh! Ooh, what a hit. Gonna be microing these, both players microing their bombards. But the extra range from the hand cannons is gonna make it easier to snipe siege. for Hindustanis. Okay, Otter, will do. Sounds good. And neither player can really push here. Ganjii also losing some vills on the gold up here. And Ganjii's lost all his bomber cannons now. He's gotta queue up more. But in the meantime, Yufri can push. Ganjii's running around with Gulam now, just trying to kill off any vills that are on gold here. Yeah, I'm not sure where Ganjii's planning to attack now. He's kind of just massed up here. I don't know where all his other army went. How much wood is left on the map? 20k, so there's still a decent amount. And Ganjii's gonna struggle to actually kill this army. It's such a strong army for the Bohemians. And Ganjii's gonna have to find a different area of attack. He's trying to raid with Gulam still. I don't know that it's gonna be enough. Both players pop capped. Where's Ganjii going? Ganjii's still trying to raid, but there's no villagers to raid. All of Yufri's villagers are down here. They're closer to Ganjii's starting base than his own base. Ooh, big hit on the hand cannons. Oh, another big hit. Camel's gonna try and rush down the Hoofnies. There's plenty of Scorpion and Halb here. Don't think he's gonna succeed. Ooh, I don't even think he got one. That's really difficult for Hindustanis to find a way to get rid of this army. Especially at this point of the game, gold's running low. Yufri has managed to gain control of the middle gold. And Ganjii has not moved out to his other pond. He's been halbrated in the meantime, and his whole food eco's gotten demolished. He does not have many on farms now. He's got 10 on food. Yeah, it's gonna be rough. He's making primarily food units and relying very heavily on Hussar, so his food count's gonna drop. One of the last remaining castles going down for Ganjii. He's got the 2 left up here. These castles aren't even defending anything anymore. He's already taken all the gold. Ganjii is pushing around the left side now. He does have to be very careful to keep his siege alive. He doesn't have the gold to replace it. And his eco's been completely shredded. He only is, yeah. He's got 17 vills left, 16 vills left. 13 vill. Where is villagers? Oh, they're up here. He's gonna call it GG. Yufri's gonna take the game. It's well played, but Bohemians are a very difficult civ to face up against. You have to have good micro, and having a good unique unit really helps. Okay, so that's Golden Lakes. It's a win for you, Free. It's a loss for Hindustanis and a win for Bohemians. Alright, we have a minute of stream delay. Or a spectator delay, I guess. Okay, let's see. So, Ufree is up 2-0. Still play all 5. So this game's going to be live. Then I'll have to go back to the Rex for the first 2 games. Okay, we're on Golden Swamp. It is Vietnamese versus Saracens. Okay. And Ganjii opening with a double barrack start. And Ufree going with stables. Okay. Ooh, Ganjii just missing out on a vill kill there. Ufree does get a villager kill. Can he get a second one? I think he can. Yep, second villager down. So 2 vill kills for Ufree, and Ganjii did not get any. Very unfortunate. Ganjii's going out to the water very early. Ufree is just starting to build docks. He's going forward with Camel, but Ganjii has Fire Lancer waiting. Can you? Okay, Ufree gets both of these villagers. So Ganjii is behind in vills. 5 vills to 9. And Ufree's gonna try and go for this castle here, but he doesn't have the navy to defend it, so I don't think he can pull it off. I really want to see Ganjii stop queuing up galleons and queue up bombard galleon. Cannon galleon. He knows he has the map control right now. Just use this timing advantage and take out as much as you can. He's queued them up now, but they're blocked behind the rest of the queue. Do Fire Lancers get bonus damage for ships? Oh, they do. They get 12? Wow. I knew Help got bonus damage for ships. Fire Lancer do 12? That's crazy. Okay, Cannon Galleon's now out on the field. We're also going Siege Onager for you, Furry. Siege Onager could do a lot of damage here. Oh, yeah. Yep. Ow. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Saracen, Onagers and Trebuchets do extra damage, so you really got to be careful against them. Euphra's just going to dive with Fire Lancers. Just go straight into the eco. Ooh, he does get a couple vills for it. But there's really not a whole lot of eco yet to raid. So most he's doing is he's idling these vills, which is something. And Bombard Galleon now doing a lot of damage. This is looking really good for Ganjii. Uh-oh. Euphry queued up Knights. I think he meant to queue up Camels. Saracens are the only civ that get Knights, but no Cavalier. Yeah, this is a really strong push now for Ganjii. He's got the Navy behind. Cannon Galleons are doing work, and he's taking out a lot of the production buildings. I think Euphry's just going to struggle to replace his production now. And behind this, Ganjii is pulling ahead in the villager count. So this is going to get harder and harder for Euphry to fight. You have Rattans now being mixed in. Yeah, I don't think Euphry's going to be able to maintain production. He only has 5 army. Yeah, this game's over. Yeah, you gotta get onto water early on this map, just so something like this doesn't happen. If you lose control of the water, you lose so much of your production. Makes it very difficult to come back from it. And Ganjii just needs to run in now. Just run in with your army, kill what's left. Yeah, there's just a couple Onager in defense here. Ooh, good attack round. Yeah, I think Ganjii just floods now. He can win through sheer numbers. Yeah, this is over. I mean, score is very telling here. Two sneak trebs for you free. Attacking the castle. That's funny. Ganjii's queue has stopped. I don't know what he's queuing up now. Oh, he's making elephants. Okay, he's going for the forward stable elephant play. I think that's too slow, though. He could have just kept making Rattans, get more bombards or trebs on the field, and just take everything out. Euphry's gonna stay alive, but Ganjii's got 100 more pop. And the elephants should just be the final blow here. This is over. Really good push for Ganjii. Got on the water very quickly. Who's gonna call it? Oh, wait. So Ganjii gets a win. Ganjii gets a win. Alright, let's go to the first two games. So you've got Berbers versus Aztecs on Fez. This was game 1. Berbers Aztecs. And Euphry's going with a castle opening? Oh, I don't like that. Oh, I don't like that at all. If Euphry goes... If Ganjii goes for Eagle Rush, which it looks like he's doing, Euphry's going to be very exposed. He just needs to actually get his Eagles forward. Now they are far enough away. You do start very far on Fez. So he's probably going to be able to get up a castle. And then it's just going to be a matter of if he can get up the rest of his castles and get some army in defense. Looks like he can. Oh yeah, Ganjii started building castles early. Ganjii did go for the market though. So you go for the market play. It looks like he's going to commit to the rush. Yeah, you can't go for the market and then go for a whole bunch of TCs behind it. If you're gonna go for the market, you gotta go for a bit of a heavier rush. He's getting quite a few villager kills though with these eagles. Oh, that's a lot of oh no. Oh, that's a lot of vills down. Euphry's on 6 vills. Oh no. Okay, well, that just made it all worth it. I think Ganjii needs to push now. He knows he's going to be ahead in eco. He's just got to push in and not let Euphry mass up. Can't let Berbers get a whole lot of camel archers. Gotta push here. He does have plenty of SO behind this, so he's probably going to be fine. But he's got to push. If Euphry can stall out this push enough so that all the gold that Ganjii got from using the market runs out, then he might be okay. But Euphry is very behind on eco, so he's going to have to do a heck of a hold. He's got to be very careful with his Camel Archer. Camel Archer is a very good unit, but he cannot get close to these SO. Yeah, all the SO are actually down. And Ganjii went for a forward castle that got destroyed. More SO being queued. Think Euphry's held on. Eco count's starting to balance out. And he's got a good massive Camel Archer now. So as long as he can keep those alive, he might actually be able to push this back. Ganjii's spread out to the top. He's also maintained control of the gold down here. Euphry's gone out with some bills. Didn't build a TC, didn't build a castle. Just wants to build a mining camp. Euphry's doing very well at sniping all the SO. And the gold's now run out. Granted, Ganjii does have a healthy villager count behind this. So if he is plenty on gold, he can replace this. Oh, Euphry! Hey, how you doing? We're just going back and watching the first two games, because I did miss them. I was finishing the other set. Oh, gotta be careful. These SO are gonna destroy everything. Oh no. Oh no. Ouch. Yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, that's the problem if you look away. You can't have an archer unique unit and look away against an SO Civ. Ifri did manage to get a forward castle up here. It's actually a very good position. 30 military to 70. Not looking good for Ganjii. Aztecs are a very gold heavy civ, and he doesn't have a whole lot of gold banked up. Losing more SO, losing his trebs. Oh, that's rough. And now he loses all its gold access. Uh-oh. I think Ganjii's in trouble. Oh, yep. He's definitely in trouble. Okay. Well, yeah, I think Ufri was able to hold on against the rush. And Berbers do have the mobility for this map. It is a very mobile-intensive map. Okay, final game is on Savannah. We got Franks versus Khmer. Oh, this is going to be a very fast game. One way or another, this is going to be quick. Franks either kill everything with a Paladin rush, or Khmer survive the rush and then kill everything. We'll see which one it is. Good, you've remembered you can garrison. A lot of people forget that with Khmer. And Ufri did get a villager kill. Paladin coming forward now. There are Halb in defense already. So I think Ufri has enough halberdier. This should be okay. Is also going for a defensive castle. Ganjii also getting some castles up. Ganjii throwing down barracks. Good. I think he needs to switch into champion. He can't really keep going Paladin now. Now that there's enough Halb on the field, there's castles up, your rush is done. Gotta switch into something else. Not sure what the army comp is here for Franks. I guess it's gonna be Halb, Axemen, Bombard Cannon? It's probably the way to go here. Maybe it's an Onager as well. Ah, okay. I got it. Well, I appreciate it anyway. Thank you for showing up and giving me a follow. I don't really speak any other language, so sorry. Okay, and now we're getting to the part where Khmer are starting to build up a massive units. They're going to be very difficult to stop now. Especially without an SO Civ. And the other thing with both of these civs, you actually run out of gold very quickly. So both these players really can't afford to lose their entire army. Ganjii's gonna rush with Paladin. There's enough Halb and Scorpion. Yeah, all these Paladins are going down. And Ganjii is out of gold now. He's throwing all of his villagers on gold to try and replace it, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. This should be over. Ugh, yeah, there's so many elephants here. Khmer are nasty. If you can't rush down Khmer, then they get out of control very quick. And it's so hard when Khmer can just garrison their houses. Siege Ram now, that's just going to be the final blow. Siege Ram can just run through this entire base. There's Elephant running around. There's Halb running around. And yeah, very quick game. So Ufri takes the set 5-0. Or 4-1. Sorry. Previous set was 5-0. This one was 4-1. Very well played. Okay, I got to rush to get to the next set. Alright, let's see where Otter's at. Ah, here he is.
And I've got a beautiful co-caster. How are you doing?
Hello! Okay, I just saw the map draft got put up. Have they done civs yet?
They are underway of doing civs. Put off the music because we have 2 voices. I think that should suffice. We've got Jordan's okay, decent pick for Vinchester now. Are you finding the drafts on your own, or do you need?
Yeah, I should be able to find them. I have the
Spanish
map
and
draft.
Celts, maybe the expected snipes. Civ draft is currently live, so you should find it on the spectate. Keller's saying he's picking decent civs, but all the ones Trappy is picking were banned in our game, so he doesn't know. Okay, yeah, Trappy has a really nice civ draft so far. Jade here, welcome Jade. He's also been casting 2 sets already today, so I hope Vinchester and Trappy revitalize your energy enough.
Yeah, we'll see. I've been really excited for this set. This will be my first Div 1 set that I've cast.
Let me do stream together as well. Invite you.
Ah, yeah, that'd be good.
You should be able to join it.
Let's see. How do I actually do that?
Vietnamese. Civ he won with against Sayu. Should have a pop-up somewhere. And we've got the Franks for Trappy, going for a very traditional Civs. Now it feels a bit empty without the music though. I'm gonna put it back on. And Romans, a Hezi favorite. It's once more Hezi drafting for Trappy. Japanese, unfortunately, banned though. Nothing glaring, missing, besides the Aztec pick, obviously. Sicilians, maybe? High-end buy, y'all. Well, Vinchester isn't exactly... anyways. The new Viking DLC units right there? Oh, the Jarl, true. Well, it wasn't a game already.
Yeah.
And I think it worked now. You joined the common thing?
I accepted it, but then it said it wouldn't let me.
Well, I think you're in it.
Oh, am I in it?
Type something in your chat. Or someone type something in Jade's chat. I think it's working. I see the common chat messages in mine.
Okay.
Incas! Incas! We already saw an Inca win.
No,
Yesterday, I
that's
believe.
not the right Mesociv.
True. Well, it's not a Mesociv anymore. It
Yeah.
never was a Mesociv. But now it's truly a South American Civ. It shares no qualities with the Mesocivs anymore. Who was that actually? That was Tempo, I think. Yeah, Tempo pulled out the Inca masterpiece on his home civilization. We have Soila Hostia in the league, so maybe a Mexican player can pull a win off with the Aztecs in similar fashion. Or it will have to be done by an American that's in voice chat with me.
Heck no, I'm not playing Aztecs. If they're not, or not Incas. If they're not Aztecs, they're terrible.
No, I was talking about how the Aztecs get a win since the Incas already have one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Incas and Mayans already have a win.
True. Fuck, Aztecs outpaced. What do you think about the Civ draft, Jade?
Personally, I prefer Twepy's Civ draft a lot more. I don't know about first pick Turks for Vinch.
There's some parts about the later Civ draft from Vince that are a little bit better. Vietnamese, Georgians, Burmese.
Yeah.
Might be better than Incas, Franks, and Romans. But yeah, overall, I would say also impersonally, we can say we favor Twepy's draft. Do you have a set prediction?
I have never seen both these players play, so
You haven't seen Twepy play, really?
I haven't seen Twepy play. No, I may have played with him a couple times, but I don't really watch the other players.
I still need a number from you.
I'm gonna say. Let me see. Let me look at the maps. Okay, what civs do we have here? I'm gonna say
saying Jade, you're lucky. Okay, say it.
I'm gonna say 4-1 Twepy.
Alright, Hazy is commenting on the fact that you haven't seen Twepy playing yet with Jade, you're lucky. Me and Frost have been suffering for years. Having to watch him play.
Yeah, I'm still new to DM. There's like so many people that I hear, oh yeah, we've been playing with them for years. I'm like, cool, I've never heard of these people in my life.
Well, you've heard of Vinchester, I'm sure.
I know Vinch, yes. I have been following the RM scene for years.
We will start on the neutral map of Fez, which always seems to be game 1 or game 5.
Guarantee it's not going to be my game 1.
Not your game 1.
Because
it's going to be your game 5?
I am banning Fez immediately.
Really? Well, I've never heard someone really openly dislike Fez. What's so bad about Fez?
Oh, it's a great map. I just have a 0% win rate on it. I'm just bad at it, I guess. Problem is, I can't ban both Fez and Lagoon.
I thought you were a water enjoyer.
Not in DM. I don't know how to play water on DM. I feel like I either play water and then die on land, or I play land and then get wrecked on water.
Is that end?
On Lagoon?
Yeah. I mean, there's land units.
I mean, the outside's all shallows. So if you try, I guess if you try to dock the middle pond, and your opponent rushes you on land, then you kind of just die.
But let's talk about Fez, because Fez is the map we're going to see.
Yeah, Fez. What are we talking about Lagoon for? It's banned.
What is the problem or the difficult part about Fez? And which civilizations would you not play on it because you're banned, but could these players play? In your mind?
So the difficult part about Fez is it's such a large map, and there's so many different things you have to try and control. You have to decide, do I want to prioritize going for all the gold in the south? Do I want to control all the stone in the north and get the relics? Do I want to go for water and try and control the wood long term through that? It feels like there's just so much you have to prioritize, and you can't do it all at once. So because of that, I really like mobile civs on this map. I think we could say Magyars or Huns for Twepy on this map. Tatars, maybe Georgians for Vinchester.
I think what you could try, I think Magyars and Huns, also what Chad is saying, are the like logical picks. Or Magyars and Tatars, I mean. Hans, I feel like the map is a bit far because you want to be aggressive early on. And Fez is a far map, so it's hard to rush down your opponent.
Yeah.
What you could try, though, to counter kind of Magyars could be Vietnamese. I could see that attempt to play like a lot of Ratanachas and some elephants in front to break the Magyar.
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
But Vinch played very well with the Magyars, with the Vietnamese in his first set against Sayu. By the way, guys, are our voice levels fine on both chats? Are we both similar audio level? My channel seems to be fine. KD says Fast game 1. I think Vinchester got the better picks. Maybe will be interesting to see. He has definitely more options for Fez, I feel like. For Trappy, it seems to be like only Magyars, and you might want them on the other maps too. They're decent on all of them, besides Golden Lakes. Maybe that has too much gold for a Magyar pick.
Yeah. Well, I think Tatars is the obvious pick for Terrace for Vinch.
Oh, they've started.
So I don't think we'll see Tatars here.
I'm loading into game 1. We're gonna find out.
Okay, I'm getting there.
I'm trying to get there as well. They're 2 minutes in. Do we want to pause and sync up and then do the next one's live? I'm paused at 7 seconds. I need to correct the names, everything as well. So let's try to meet at that time. So many clans. And they're not in brackets.
Okay.
And I will change Trappy to yellow.
Yellow.
Blue versus purple is terrible. Yellow versus purple is cool, no?
I don't mind purple. I don't mind these civs at all.
I'm at
Actually,
0 seconds.
0 seconds. Okay. Okay, hold on. I'm at 20 seconds. Let me just back up. Okay, I'm ready.
3, 2, 1. Welcome to Tarnished Death Match, the pro division between Vinchester and Tweppy. Banger match today here, Friday night or Friday afternoon, because I am joined by JadeArrowGamer. Welcome. Burmese versus Magyars is the choice. What are your thoughts? And also, what are your thoughts on Vinchester's houses? They feel a little all over the place here.
Yeah, he's he really wants to capitalize on the prime beachfront of that little pond there. But as far as civs go, I really like the Burmese pick here. It seems like... Oh, yep, he gets a bill. It seems like Burmese was drafted specifically to counter Magyars. Like, they have elephants with extra pierce armor. They have great infantry, so their halberdier are kind of going to destroy everything. They also have Arambai as an option.
I have Arambai as an option, which is typically not a great option in DM. But also because Arambai I feel like only work in high numbers, and it's so risky to commit to them in DM. But if anyone can micro them, it's probably Vinch, so let's see. Paladin Rush is coming in for Trappy. Will he find more villager kills than with his Hussars? Slow down the elephant push a little bit, or at least make it harder for Vinchester to eco behind the elephant push. That is surely coming, as we see a lot of stables. And he gets another villager. Make it 3. Avatos in the rush as well. Villager dances sufficiently that the castle can kill it. We're on Fez, so obviously all the gold is down south. It is Maghreb with TCs, basically, the script. So stones and relics and most of the wood on the other side of the map than the gold.
Tweppy has a very forward castle foundation. I don't really think he's going to be able to capitalize on that. I think Vinchester has enough of a defense here.
Chat tells me you should fix your overlay.
Oh, I should fix my overlay, shouldn't I? Huh. Silly me.
Arambai are actually being made. We do have 5+5. The elephants are coming out. That castle that you just mentioned will be denied by an elephant. I think Heaven is out of position. No! Vinch goes away from that villager. Oh, that's a mistake. I think he could have committed that elephant. Stopping that forward castle is kind of central. These castles don't necessarily need to stay up if you're versus the big Deathball Civ, which in this case is the Burmese. Obviously, it's great if you can, and then you're probably going to kill your opponent. But they can also just delay the opponent enough that you can deal with the initial strong push and then capitalize on your mobility, which Trappy is already doing so far, getting 8 villager kills.
Yeah, he's managed to snipe villagers kind of all over the place. And even though Vinch has been patrolling with a couple units around the map, he's got a couple elephants down in the south, he's got a couple Halb up top by the water, just patrolling, he hasn't been able to do a whole lot.
Deny the castle at least. Might kill it with one elephant. And deny the castle up front too now as well, so something's happening better for Vinch now. Elephant is still on the way to killing that northern castle. Let's see if Trevi deletes it.
Yeah, elephants in the south actually now paying off. He's denying the expansion. So that's gonna be good.
Two more villages, yeah. The northern castle is about to die. No delete from Trappy yet. Trappy is building it instead. The villager appeared. I was looking at the HP going down. In the last minute, a villager appears and saves the castle from dying. And now the elephant doesn't see the villager. I don't know. Is it right-clicked onto the castle? I guess it is. And the castle will actually be constructed if Finch doesn't pay attention. And I don't think he will, because there's a lot of fighting in the middle.
Yeah, both players really doing whatever they can just to try and stall expansion. I think they both accepted that in the middle, it's going to be a little bit of a stalemate for now. And so it's really going to be about whoever can get an eco advantage and get a faster second wave of military.
Another close castle in the middle. This one falls for Trappy, so that will not happen. Northern castle as well stopped again. Big fights, but the fights are still happening in the middle of the map, and that's such a good news for Magias. Just to keep the Burmese at home for the first 10 minutes. Already a win.
Yeah, even though villager count is still even here, Tweppy has almost double the military numbers right now. And when you're trying
I think BBC nicely needs to take careful on the way out. Does get out alive, but not with all the CA, so not that sure that was worth it. Probably an even trade in the end. Now Trappy on the retreat. Sorry, you were casting the eco, but I felt like that was worth the mention.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, even so, Tweppy still has 130 military versus Vinch's 60. And with Vinch trying to go for a Deathball Civ, he doesn't want half the military numbers.
Trappy also denying the castle on the gold front, very important, so Vinchester will not get more gold than he has now. And that kind of means he's stuck at 19 elephants. And that's not really the number you want to have when your resources run out.
Yeah, Vinch doesn't have any resources banked up. Tweppy is also very low on villagers himself, but at least he has his economy expanded, so he's able to gather a lot more resources. Vinch really doesn't. He's kind of expanding to the north now, but still is 0 on gold.
Yeah, Stated Castle being denied. Another really nice fight for Trappy in the south. Cleans the remaining elephants with a Halberdier mask. Great Halberdiers for the Burmese, but the Magyar Halberdiers are doing the job so far. And yeah, I don't see that stalemate situation that Keller's talking about in chat really happening. Because, well, if both have no eco, but Trappy has 140 army, that's quite nice for him. No siege though, has to be said. And trebuchets are out for Vinchester, so the northern castle that was in the end constructed, we remember the one elephant, is going down.
True, yeah. Tweppy does have like 180 pop, but he doesn't have any siege, and he doesn't have the eco to make siege. So I don't think he can actually finish the game right now.
Yeah, I think Magyars are still fine just for taking it to the late game. Maybe unless Vinchester can get all 11 relics or so that are on the map, then Magyars should be fine with the game situation, even if Trappy can't kill. But yeah, he can't even make one trebuchet, could buy wood, I guess. But his wood eco is very underdeveloped. He went with everything towards the gold, made TCs in the south. Hasn't even constructed a single TC on the wood lines. We have one foundation, and we're even getting relics already over getting a wood eco. he is like a bit like a weird priority. I would want to have some villagers on wood first.
Yeah, all his wood villagers are in the south. Not exactly
That's
long
not very
term would he
efficient.
go. And just for good measure, he's going to drop another TC on the wood in the south.
Full Aaron buy is crazy as well. Well, we have to give Jade credit. He called it at minute 0.
Yeah, Aramai's a great unit. I mean, yeah,
Aaron buy is as good as S6?
No.
Correct answer.
Arambai do struggle a bit against siege civs, which Magyars are not.
Yeah, are they an OP Cavager unit? Well, they used to be, but I haven't thought about them much in a few years. They can be surprisingly good in situations. I've just never seen a situation in DM of that sort.
Our game's finally stabilizing here. Villager count has about evened out. Tweppy still has a massive military lead, but again, he doesn't have the siege necessary to actually kill Vinch right here, which is going to give him the opportunity to bounce back and get his military numbers up.
Peppy is now on wood in the north, but with a lumber camp, while he still next to that has an unconstructed town center. Choices were made. Another fight in the south, only Halberdiers versus Arambai that can be microed and stronger Halberdiers of the Burmese. I don't think this army is worth anything for Tweppy. Might even be better off deleting it and getting better units instead, or better eco.
Yeah. Tweppy's also not on stone, so he's kind of stuck with these two castles that he has. So his Magyar Hussar production is going to suffer, and he's also not going to be able to build many more TCs.
Crazy that he only has 2 castles. I mean, he can make one more. I would like to see that on the wood line. But, like, he lost a lot of castles trying to push there. In classic Tweppy fashion, all the castles go forward. And preferably under opponent trap fire. That's kind of the Tweppy castle that we know in DM. He stopped the castle for Vinchester. It's at least a win, but still hasn't constructed the wood TC. He tried to construct it, but then some units of Vinchester appeared and made sure it still didn't go up. But another villager is trying now that the Mega Hussar have cleared this up. Finally, Tweppy will get some eco onto wood.
Yeah, and Tweppy still does have a good number of CA here. So his military presence is still strong, even though his eco's just now getting to an acceptable point where he can continue to replace his military. His food count is still very low. I don't think he's going to be able
pointing
to
out
make
that
many
Keller
Hussar.
has already called the game both ways. Luckily the castles haven't done that yet. Arambai versus Cav Archers. How good are Arambai versus Cav Archers? You seem to be the expert here.
So against Magyar Cav Archers, I think they're better. The Cav Archers are going to be better here. Against regular CA, Arambai are actually pretty good. If you can run up close and get a couple volleys off, you can demolish an entire army of CA. But getting close is going to be the difficult part.
Getting close seems to be impossible. Getting dead seems to be working for the Arambai. Tweppy taking some good fights, and he's constructing the first trap that we're seeing out of him in ages. Castle on castle action in the north, but Vinchester has the trebuchets that Tweppy is lacking in this game. And the longer this game goes, the more just like Vinchester feels stronger. Still trust the Megas to carry this home for Tweppy. Zico is a bit coming around now. But we see elephants again.
Yeah. And these are going to be a nightmare to deal with. Burmese elephants with the extra Pierce armor, they're only going to take 3 damage, even from Magyar CA. So they're going to be very difficult to deal with. Tweppy's going to need a lot more halberdier.
+1/+1 from the Civ bonus and +1/+1 from Powder. So lots of armor on those things. Trebuchets will be cleared though. Bombard cannons already died, so some nice little wins for Tweppy to delay it here. And the gold eco is still under duress for Tweppy. The castle that he constructed in the south isn't actually on the gold that he's mostly taken. And the paladins and What the hell is this for a construction? 2 Cavachers stuck inside 2 Paladins? Is that an intentional micro trick to protect the Cavachers, or is that random?
No, that's random.
I kind of stand ground protecting them though.
Yeah, they're on stand
one is
ground. He's just
attacking.
using the stop command. So now we're getting to the part of the game where I think Vinch's RM experience is gonna start to take effect here. You don't really have the DM resources,
yeah.
and it's gonna be
Rico's still a
about...
bit slim for Vinchester though, right? 30 farms for an offensive.
Yeah.
Might be the reason he's making so much RM buy, but they haven't convinced me so far. And as you pointed out, Mega CA should be better.
Yeah, Burmese, while they do get Bombard Cannon, they are missing Siege Onager, so they don't really have
Bombard Cannon,
like a good way to deal with
Bombard
the CA.
Cannon are quite... And Bombard Cannon are quite shit versus Mega. They
Yeah.
kind of die to everything Megas want to make. They die to Paladins, they die to Mega Hussar, and they die to CA. Really easily, and there's not like Mega Siege that they want to snipe like Scorpions or Onagers.
Yeah.
Maybe the Trebuchets, but it's super hard getting to the Trebuchets with the Bomber Cannon against the Megas.
Yeah. So Burmese are like, their elite Skirm are terrible. They don't have Siege Onagers, so they're really going to struggle against a good CA Civ. The only thing they have for that is their elephants, but Vinch has no gold left. So he can't even make elephants.
His raiding with the elephants that he does have is in the main base of Tweppy, under the main TC. Monks even going for some conversions, but didn't get any. I don't see a yellow elephant. There should be no heresy for the Burmese. Tweppy doing a bit of a terz, ignoring the stone on the map, but should be able to defend his base here without castles.
Yeah, those castles are in the south, and now that the gold's starting to run out, the castles really don't defend a whole lot. So, Tweppy's going to have exposed villagers if he wants to keep gathering gold, but he's got 8k gold banked up. I don't think he's really needing gold right now.
Keller, there's no reason for that slander. You called yourself a reformed man because of my teachings already in chat. In Jade's chat today. So see, you watch and learn. Tweppy has way better population now. Yeah, it feels inevitable. No gold control anymore for Vinchester. And as you pointed out, not much they can do without gold. I mean, they have Hussar, I guess, with bonus damage against CA technically. Problem is getting there though.
Yeah. And Vinch is even running out of space for farms. He's farming up where the stone is now. Not exactly ideal, but it's what he's got.
Had to do that too. With the strike. Castle is dying on the hill, and Vinchester is basically 60 population down. Elephants are still coming out. His food eco is at least up to 60 now. Tweppy's eco is still a bit slim, but yeah, 200 pop. Vinchester realizes he can't go anywhere from this spot, and Tweppy takes the first game with the Megas. Higher up draft pick, though, I believe.
Yeah, I think Burmese was a good pick. It was a good idea to try and counter Magyars, but you have to maintain gold control to keep your elephant production. And Tweppy did a very good job of just kind of dividing up his army, harassing everywhere. I mean, both players did at the start. And without golds, Burmese don't really have an answer to Magyars. But the good news for Vinch, that was his last pick against Tweppy's first pick.
I think what Tweppy did really well, and where I also disagree with Keller's sayings, is that he did all this aggression, even if it was a bit heavy maybe, at the start to completely stop his one loss condition with Megas versus Burmese, which in my opinion is a big elephant push around minute 10. And he stopped that in his tracks at the cost of his own eco, but if both have no eco around minute 10, Megas should win any day. That's why I'm more positive towards Tweppy's play. And yeah, as you pointed out, not too bad draft-wise for Vinchester. First pick versus last pick. Kind of expected, or maybe given up the map of Fez a little bit towards the player that I put in yellow. And looks like we are going to the map of Thames next. What do you think of Thames with this Swift draft?
Oh boy, Thames is gonna be interesting. Here we got.
I let you ponder, and I'm gonna be back in 30 seconds. I forgot something.
So Thames is a very open map where most of the resources are not around your base. You have standard gold around your base, you have some stone, and you have a little wood. All the gold and stone is going to be at the south corner of the map, and all the wood is going to be at the north corner of the map, along with the Royal Albert Hall. This is a map that was introduced in the most recent Red Bull tournament, which took place in Royal Albert Hall, and so they threw it in just for fun. Now, it doesn't really serve any purpose other than whoever controls it gains an additional 25 pop space. So that means you just have an extra 25 space for more military, for extra villagers, and that's maximum pop space. So you can go up to 225, except for Civ like Goths, which can go up to 235 if they control that. So there's not a whole lot of incentive to control it until you get to the later stages of the game.
Or a Civ like Georgians, who can theoretically, I think, go up to 200 to 75 or something if they would have all their pop on cavalry.
Something like that. Georgians or even like Bengalis.
Yeah, Bengalis were banned, but Jordans are available for Vinch, and chat is guessing them for Thames as well, alongside Slav as Gurik's prediction, and that feels pretty reasonable to me.
Slavs for
Could go for
Thames,
Tatars,
huh?
maybe. There's a lot of hills in the south. Maybe you can use Tatar trebuchets.
Eh,
But there's more obvious Tatar maps here with Sertao and Terrace maps that
yeah.
are about, and even Golden Lakes, all three maps with a central elevation feature.
Yeah, Thames is like the last map I would think Tatars would play. I think Georgians is a fairly safe bet. I don't know what
Also a
Tweppy
hill
could
map
play.
though, so might also be for Terrace. They're kind of the inverted Slav Tatar voters. Vietnamese maybe. Finch seems to love elephants. Oh boy, I've seen the matchup and this looks good for Vinchester.
Oh boy.
I mentioned Tatars. I mean, I think it wasn't didn't think it was a very realistic.
This is the
I was sure it
last
was going to be
map.
Georgians, but
This is the last map I would play Tatars on with all the remaining maps.
you have to be unpredictable at times in these drafts. I'm at 0 seconds.
Okay, hold on. Alright, I'm at 0 seconds.
3, 2, 1, go. Vinchester versus Tweppy. It is Vinchester on the last map that Jade would have picked on Thames, and it is Tweppy on the first map that Hazy would love to pick on any map. And seemingly Tweppy is Hazy this tournament, so we've got the Romans, who don't have the greatest matchup here, I would think, though, but maybe the Scorpions can do something.
I don't think this is a bad matchup for Romans here. They've got
Really?
like good infantry. They have great Scorpion. They have Siege Ram if you want to utilize that against massive CA. But I think they are going to struggle a little bit against Keshik with the long-range trebuchets behind it. So
I feel like what you can do as Satasia, you rush a bit, obviously, then you get the south early. That's what Winchester is doing, already sending a villager that has like all these little hills, right? That's why I mentioned Tatars before the game. And then you just camp the hill with Timurid Siegecraft trebuchets around your castles, and you shoot at everything that moves there, including a Scorch. You can kill Scorch with trebuchet.
okay, I can see that. Yeah, I think there's an argument for either civ here. And we're really just going to see how they play it out here. Vinch is going for the faster rush with the cavalry units. Twippy's relying on infantry to try and rush, but don't think it's going to be all that successful.
Legionaries just dying halfway here, as both people are going through the middle. Cavaters and Step Lancers find the first kill at the back of Twippy's base, and Vinch playing rush. I think that's the first time I've seen Vinch rushing. I don't remember him rushing much versus Zayu. A lot of CA. Holy, we've got Maxi in Division 1A here. One stable into 10 ranges for Vinch.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, the only real threat to mass CA is going to be the Scorpion, but it's going to take a while to mass up Scorpion enough to be threatening. So I don't mind it. Vinch did also get the market. He's selling off quite a bit.
Notice for everybody in my chat, Gamba is up if you want to bet on game number 2. Thanks, mods. And the CA mass is looking hot for Vinchester. Lots of map control for him. One castle going up in the south, second and third castle, and even fourth castle being placed now. Just a halfway castle for Trappy, and he's not moved far out of his base. And I think the second bad thing for Trappy is he has tried to move out of his base, and it hasn't worked out. So KD massively in favor of the Russian.
Yeah. I think Twippy's just going to struggle a bit to get enough of an army to kill what Vinch has. Vinch has enough CA here. And Twippy's kind of just flooding units in. His Scorpion are alive, but his units in front of them aren't really surviving very long. And he doesn't have a whole lot of them.
Yeah, maybe if you can get to Centurion Scorp or something. Obviously very expensive comp. Twippy does have the Northern Monument. He's using it more as a house right now because he's even housed with it. Trying to get this halfway castle there. Scorpion's finding some kills. Onagers are out for Vinchester though. And it feels like Twippy is not progressing fast enough. Big shots! Big shots on the scores.
That's not what he wants. Vinch is also pulling ahead in villagers. Now, if Twippy can survive for a while, he might be okay. Vinch is out of gold, and his entire eco is on gold now to try and maintain production here. Twippy still has healthy resources.
Market as well. But castle denied. Even the halfway castle denied for Twippy. Villagers went down eventually. I was clicked on them before. And everything gets eradicated by CA Onager. This is Castle Age RM for Vinch. Just with 3 times the units. Quick game number 2. Domination by the Tatars. Twippy listened to Hezi too much and picked the Romans. Never listened to Hezi, guys. 1-1. Hezi coaching paying off for Vinchester.
And game 3 is already up.
Oh wow, alright. Which map?
Sertao.
Sertao. And we do have some fastest left? I might see a Hans here since the Tatars are gone now. Turks, maybe the best civ to stop them, or Vietnamese. Maybe Vietnamese versus Hans. Have you seen the civs already? Or can you guess?
Yes.
Well, then I guess we go right in to game 3. Chat can guess. If he wants to forget that game, went straight to the next one.
I think this is a good matchup for Twippy.
How is this the matchup that I expected on the last map? We got Slavs versus Georgians now. So Georgians not being played on terrace. I'm at 0 seconds.
I am as well.
3, 2, 1. Welcome to Sertao. We will see some Siege Runners this match. We've got Vinchester with a free Mew card and the Georgians against Trappy with a double chicken castle as the Slav.
Yes.
Sending everybody onto the barracks because it gives pop space. And Hussars are rolling in. Trappy, though, kind of missing the base of Vinchester. Do we see some nerf on the British player? Big kill as well. Hitting the outside racks first. Kind of looks like a bit of an odd start for Trappy. Is he shaken by the Tatar game too?
Yeah, it did also lose a Vil. It's going for an early castle start. And both players are, I suppose. Can he get a Vil in return? Doesn't look like it.
Bouncing back and forth there. Gambas up for game 2. Helvetia start for Vinchester. Champion's already queued for Trappy. Might get some... we get early finds with that. The castle is probably too fast up for Vinchester. Should be nice for the first army storm.
So this map is very aggressive, usually very quick. Resources are all very exposed. There's very little wood on the map. So, games are usually decided pretty quickly. Both
You're
of
just
these.
salty you're not getting your 4-hour games because the map pool doesn't have enough wood.
Uh-huh.
Aren't you? I don't know. Thought you wanted to play another 2-hour game with Aztecs.
Look, I don't mind a long game, okay? A wood game is okay with me. Trappy again going for a very aggressive castle. I don't know what the idea is with that.
The idea is that he's very spottable in the DM Hidden Cup that will follow this league.
I see. Got it.
I can't explain it otherwise. That castle is obviously never gonna work, and the villager dies instantly, and he hasn't deleted it. So he might even lose the castle there.
Oh no.
Yeah, Trappy should be good enough to delete that. Even the castle in the middle might be a little bit of a problem. Slav UU should be better than Georgian UU. Yeah, I have a lot of comments that Slavs are like a better version of Georgians in the chat. I do think the matchup favors the Slavs.
Yeah,
Counterpoint.
Slavs had better infantry. Georgians have CA and can make more units because their cavalry takes up less pop space.
Yeah, you just said I didn't see them on Thames because it's fun to have the extra 25 plus Slav plus Georgian pop space, and we can't get it on that tower. Pretty even middle fight so far. I think how's the siege transitions? I see a lot of onagers for Trappy already. Not that many onagers for Vinchester yet. Kind of not queuing the siege workshops. Might be a bit worrying for the Onimaru player.
Yeah, I think Vinch has done well at keeping Trappy low on villagers. But in exchange for that, the military count for Trappy is very high.
Yeah, it's both very good points. This castle is making me so anxious that a villager comes and starts it while the villagers are shooting at the place where the foundation is, but there seem to be no villagers. Probably just haven't died on the forward. We had a little raid in the back as well. I think that Monaspa got 3 kills there. Yeah, they won Monaspa with 3 kills. It's just lurking at Trappy's backside. Onager trades have started in the middle. Trappy is progressing with his bigger army. But Onager vs Onagers can stall a lot. Vinchester just not producing anything. 5 Helvetiers in queue. Okay, now he fixed it a little bit, but only queued 20 units there as well. Vinchester, Auriko, same person?
Yeah, Vinch's villagers farming already. Instead of making military.
This is a wargame, Vinch. Not a farming simulator. Trappy has the army out. And the Boyars can jump the siege if there isn't much army for Vinchester. He does have a nice defensive castle line, however. And the Monaspa are dodging. This can't be a good fight for Vinch, though. The army is so much bigger and the Boyar so much stronger for Trappy.
Yeah, I think Vinch is just trying to do what he can to stall while his eco kicks in. But I don't think it's going to be enough. This is... Now granted, Trappy doesn't have a whole lot of trebs here. He's only got 2 forward. And Georgians can afford to repair for quite a long time. So maybe it's going to be enough?
See some churches, not really around the eco though, so the church positions not too helpful for the Georgian boom. But yeah, Georgian is very good civilization in holding, and Auriko, you're catching strays because it was very frustrating to watch you queue nothing and queue no villagers in the Japanese game that I watched earlier. I think it was frustrating to the cast of that as well, I might have heard.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I get it. I don't have the fastest APM, so DM can be a little rough for me to queue as well. But yeah, you gotta just get into the habit of queuing stuff. Yeah, Rev,
I
DM's
just hammered
completely
it into
different.
you while Balda did a bad job hammering it into Auriko. That's the real battle here. It's a battle of the coaches, not a battle of the scholars. Well, it's always the same. Citro just went down for Trappy. Boyas went down for Trappy. Only Helvetiers now, so push doesn't look that impressive anymore. And Vinch is developing these eco faster, and if he can hold it with little military, then I guess he doesn't need to make more.
Yeah.
More traps are out though.
Yeah, Slavs do have faster working farmers though, so they can get away with less on food. But Tweppy only has 3 on food, so can't get away with that few. $100 halberdier for Tweppy. I think that's a little too many.
Yeah, it's out of wood because of that as well. I think needs to DQ the rest of the other 27 so he can still make siege units. The heavy meat shield is there, but what are they meat shielding?
They're meat shielding the monks, of course.
They're meat shielding monks even better because they're getting healed, but you know. Supposed to protect the trebuchets, I guess, but they're also not really protecting the trebuchets.
I guess Tweppy's
Protecting
going
them
for...
well enough, I suppose.
He's going to try and convert all the SO.
That's a nice try, but it didn't work out. Could switch to the Monaspa now, I guess. Monaspa is actually hunting the monks! No, this isn't our Vinchester. The monks do not really matter, even though they tried to convert. I thought he was going for the traps, but he actually went for the monks, like he would with the siege monk push. But Vinchester is actually somehow with less than half the army consistently of Tweppy. Vinchester is pushing him back, and that's because the army is only Helvetiers and no siege.
Vinch also has a huge resource bank still. I don't know what he's not spending resources on. But he can afford a lot of military, and he's throwing everything into his forward castle.
Yeah, now really going for it. Maybe, according to Nadespike, he should construct a church first and then the castle, so the castle would be 10% faster. Not really sure that math works, but interesting fact that they build castles faster if they're next to churches. Other buildings too, but castle goes up very swiftly as well with so many villagers, as you pointed out. Now going for a church on the goal, so the mule cart will construct faster.
Okay, this is where...
Big battle up top, siege going down for Tweppy. Oh boy, Tweppy in troubles here in this matchup. Looked so good for him, didn't have the siege, overqueued Helvetiers, and now all of a sudden, Vinch in a good spot.
Yeah, Vinch has plenty of resources to push this back. Tweppy has almost no resources. And it's looking good for Vinch. He does have trebuchets coming forward. He's going to be able to push these castles down pretty quick. Now granted, Tweppy does have 4k stone to repair with, but Slav castles also cost wood to repair, which he does not have very much of.
And he even has extra army to perform Monaspa raid on the gold and food economy to the right side, sniping TCs with Monaspa, like it's right after the DLC came out. Tweppy seems pretty dead. Castle's gonna fall in the base. He could still construct more, but he's out of wood and has to call game 3. Vinchester slaps right back after he won. He lost game 1 with his worst civ versus Tweppy's best civ, and he looked really good in game 2 and 3. And with, I think, a worse matchup here, but a comparable one. Very similar civilizations, but a bit worse for Vinch. Vinch taking the win in game 3. That's a big point.
I think Tweppy had a really good opening, but yeah, like you said, he just overqueued Halb and didn't have the siege necessary to actually pull off the kill.
Someone that might be in chat even told me, okay, he said it himself now. Can't relay the information in an interesting way. But yeah, Keller has hopes that Vinch might dethrone Frost, so we're already shooting for the stars. Just after Vinch has a solid draft for his second set and a lead over Trappy. So might be a little bit fast, but obviously we're desperate for someone to dethrone Frost at this point, so you know, should follow the Vinch storyline, guys. Are they already in the next game?
No, they're in the lobby.
So thank you for the follow, Siskay, and of course everybody check out Jade's channel as well. Now do you have a minute? JadeArrowGamer. It's no underscores, right?
Correct.
Yeah, that looks like you.
One word.
Has cast more DM today. Probably will cast more of the league in the future as well. So make sure to give him a follow too.
Planning on it.
As we have the last remaining maps of Golden Lakes and Terrace coming up. Trappy losing his home map, Vinchester securing his own.
I think we're going to go to Terrace. I don't think Twippy wants to fall all the way down and wants to get at least one more win.
You are correct. What are you expecting? Will we see the Huns here? Does Trappy want the quick equalizer with a Hun rush?
Let's see. I can see Huns here. Huns against probably Turks. I think Dravidians.
Might be a shout, right? It's the fastest Civ that Vinchester has. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Vietnamese, though. And Turks for Golden Lakes? You think Turks with a lot of gold and Turks with long-range cannon gains there, perhaps? So I'm saying Vietnamese Huns.
Yeah, it could be. It kind of feels... Turks feels like kind of an odd pick to me on Golden Lakes. The only thing I can see them being used for is to try and get a rush in, and then try and use their long-range bombard cannons to control the middle.
Well, it's just a solid Camel CA Civ that should fare up pretty well against the Franks. That's the other Civ we're expecting for Trappy, and I mean, there's a short map and a long map remaining, so you expect Huns on the closer one. And if Vietnamese survive, I think they have a good matchup there. And I'm saying Vietnamese every time because it's a Civ for Vinchester that's good against Trappy's draft, guys. So I'm like thinking, oh, this would be a good moment because he's probably going to play a Civ that's bad against Vietnamese.
Yeah, I think Huns Vietnamese is a pretty safe bet. Okay.
Let's go. Let's start it.
Okay. Ready.
I was in the previous game, classic, so give me a minute. Not a minute. 10 seconds.
Hey, Rev, I am perfectly in line. I think I'm doing great.
I think Rev's doing great because he's also cheering on my channel now.
Rev is a very supportive filler.
It's great.
Okay.
I'm ready. 3, 2, 1. Welcome to Terrace. Trappy needs to show his aggressive rush here because if Vietnamese get 2 Rattan archers and a good front line, will be tough for the Huns to stop them without basically siege options next to siege ramp.
Yeah, I've seen this in the previous 2 sets already, that Huns without their siege, if they can't do damage with a rush, they kind of just die.
Oh no, and Trappy loses a village, it's the Huns! Ooh. Well, I guess if there's any Civ that can deal with will losses, it is the Huns, because they don't need houses, but... Oh, he didn't lose it. Never mind, he saved it? What? That looked so dead. Must have jumped a mile. Okay, very good villager for Trappy. Chicken Castle, and it is the Vinch unit. Elite Fire Lancer are being played. I think Halberdiers are the better choice as an opening, but RMers will do RMR units, and they love Fire Lancers.
Yeah, I definitely would prefer to open Halp here against Paladin Rush. Can Twippy get a villager here? I think he might. Okay, he does get a villager.
Might even get 2 there. Ah, was close. But now Vinchester had the teleporting villager. Seems only fair.
Xing CA mixed
in.
in. Now, how does Twippy actually kill Vincher? He's rushing him. But what's his win con?
Traps or forward castle traps. Yeah, he's trying to get the castle on the very forward tip of the hill. It's one of the longer terrace generations, actually one of the straight ones, not one of the top, bottom, or right, left ones. So that might make it a little bit harder for Trappy to get the Hun rush in here. But you get like your giant Hun army and then 5 to 6 traps behind it. And or a lot of rams with it. Normally to end the game around the 10 to 12 minute mark with Huns. Fights not too bad for the Fire Lancers. Yes, they are better with CA than Heavy is. That's what the elephants are for typically.
Yeah. And Twippy's rush has actually gone pretty well so far. He's already got 7 bill kills. He might get an 8th here if pathing will cooperate. Looks like he will get the 8th bill. Very
well cooperating with your Twippy. Badly if you Vinch. Forward castle though stopped, but 27% once more. The amount of forward straightaway castles for Twippy that have been denied this set is exceptionally high.
Forward castle is fun and all. What are these forward TCs? I guess that one's okay. What is that TC?
Just securing map control long term on the hills by already having villagers there. All castle being stopped, oh boy, and if the Vietnamese already pushed back at this time, I'm pretty fearful for Twippy now. Siege Workshops, Rams coming out, Red and Archers are coming out, so kind of the 2 counter units to each other, but the Elephants taking decent engagements. Higher will count for Vinchester, higher kill count for Vinchester. Lower will count, but higher kill count. And even the hill isn't strong enough for the Hun army here.
Yeah, Twippy did get the market though, so he's going to be able to keep this rush going for a while longer. And Vinch is going to be running low on gold here. He's throwing a lot into these elephants and he doesn't have the eco to keep it going.
Maybe a bit the same problem as the Burmese. I think you might be right. They start dying now finally, even though they got Chatras. And resources aren't really there for gold for Vinch anymore. And if he loses his villagers to the forward build-up from Twippy, like in game 1 with the Burmese, then Twippy's fastest Civ can capitalize. Not as strong as the Magyars, but still the mobile Hussar Civ here. And he does beat the elephants back. Good moments for Twippy, lots of map control gained. Castle race on the left side of the map. Vinch is looking ahead, but here come the Paladins. Villagers get quick walled in, but the wall gets broken in.
TC race even further left. Twippy's gonna win.
Twippy winning all the races. He should go and bet on some horses.
Yeah, only 17 villagers for Vinch, 37 for Twippy. I think Twippy's looking good here.
Huns are Huns. Twippy with Huns is Twippy with Huns. Has to be pointed out as well. In a Hun war, he had Frost. I think he either beat Frost or had him super far on the ropes in Necromancer's lab.
Okay.
So ever since that game, Twippy is promoting we need mirrors again and we need Hun wars again, so finally someone can beat Frost. And I think Twippy's secret thought is, it's a me!
Vietnamese also don't have either masonry or architecture, so their buildings are quite weak, which is especially bad on this kind of map where your base is going to be downhill. So Twippy can probably push Vinch's base very quickly.
Could have had Georgian castles here, but I guess he got a win with them on Zetar, so that's fine.
Vinch now 0 gold in the bank.
It has to be a Twippy win, right? The whole tournament is programmed to get to decider games every time, so it's all scripted, so we already know it's going to be a decider game fight.
Yeah. This is Twippy's game. Vinch has 0 gold. His Q is, well, mostly Imp Skirm right now.
Maybe even pushing the castle back that's on the far right side of the map, so the only castle uphill for Vinchester in a position where he could have hill advantage. It will be gone very swiftly to a ram, some paladins, and to trebuchets. And Trappy might even construct this. Yeah, still hasn't constructed the castle that he started out with. But
Yeah, he
there's a
started
lot
that
of other
castle
castles
at like
being
minute 1, and it's still not either built or destroyed.
Yeah, that's quite funny. Trap number's not too high, right? I would like to see some trebuchets maybe from this. Yeah, okay, there's one now. Once again, a bit short on res. Price of the aggression. Vinchester very short on res as well. As the chat is already crying, skirmishers! Imp skirms are added for Vinch.
I wouldn't mind Imp Skirm if Tweppy didn't have the res to just go Tarkin or Paladin or pretty much anything that would kill Skirm.
So what you're saying is you wouldn't mind skirmishers if it was alright.
Like, if you're gonna make Skirm against any Civ, Huns are a good bet. They don't have Onager, they don't have Bombard Cannon, their infantry suck.
I mean, Travis doesn't have the food for the units that counter skirms, I guess.
True.
You want to make a point for them? But he has 16 paladins, and that's enough to beat 80 elite skirms. Not like this, though, not with the elephants around. Is there imp skirms? Yeah, but we are in imp flag. How is that special? And imp every time.
Yeah, Vince doesn't have the resources to keep his production going. He's kind of throwing everything into just spamming Imp Skirm.
Oh, the castle is up! The castle is up!
He did
It
it!
has been constructed!
And he's
It was
immediately
such
going
a
for another
task.
one that'll probably be denied.
It is farming behind it! What are those farms? That's not a... I have won this game and I'm lazy farms. It's also the, if I lose this position, I lose anyways farms. So I can kind of get behind him, but it's kind of funny how the wins went from that castle to the farms. Frost farms, yeah. Forward farms, frost farms, under castles. And there it is, 2-2. We are going once more in TDM7 to the most exciting form of a game 5.
Okay, so this has got to be Turks for Vinch then.
That's what was my call, right? I mean, honestly, it's a long map. I would normally leave those points to Lucky, but it could be Dravidians. I need a drink for game 5. I'll be right back.
Okay. So if it is Turks, which is Vinch's first pick, what does Tweppy have that can beat Turks? Not. Map is Golden Lakes. That is one of Vinch's picks. So Golden Lakes, it's 4 lakes with Golden Pit combined. So you have the 4 ponds in the corners with a bunch of fish, bunch of oysters, and then in the middle of the map is a whole lot of gold in a pit on cracked terrain. Franks might work? I don't know. Franks, you're really going to rely on the rush, and Golden Lakes you typically spawn fairly far apart, and Turks can open with Camel to counter that. It's going to be very difficult. And then if... See, Vinch is going to go for Bombard Cannon, probably Janissary, he might go CA, and then something the front line.
I'm back, they've started. I'm ready for the Inca masterpiece. I'm gonna say it's Incas vs Dravidians. I'm predicting the way of picks.
Yeah, see, I just don't know what Tweppy can play against Turks. Ugh.
I think Incas can work. They have no onagers. You can go ramp push and mask you. Tempo style. Ah, never mind. They're being boring. No Inca masterpiece.
Darn.
X-Win obviously the solution to the matchup then. There's always, if you don't know what Franks would do, X-Win win every time.
Really? You're gonna play
X-Men
Axeman against like Janissary CA?
I played when Vici wasn't a ranked leader, I only played Franks and X-Men on it. I won every time. Nobody expects X-Men, early imp X-Men cut. Nobody knows what to do against that.
That is shocking. Okay.
I'm ready for you at 0 seconds for the decider game.
Yep. 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's go. Golden Pit, the game to decide it all. Will Trappy get a set win over Vinchester? It would be his first set win. Same goes for Vinchester, both playing their second set and haven't gotten the extra point so far. Vinchester on the Turks, his first pick, going 6 stables and 7 rangers. Very classic Turk build order, like they would do in the mirror. The Franks with 4 stables and 5 racks. Same could be said for them. What do you think how the Franks can deal with the Turks?
I don't know. I am struggling to see how they're going to do anything here. Like, they have Onager, they have Halb, and they have Axeman. But I just think the composition for Turks is too strong. Turks can get into Camel, CA, Bombard Cannon, or even like Hussar, CA, Bombard Cannon. I don't know how Franks can deal with that.
X-Men Bombard Cannon, of course. But yeah, I mean, Turks are surely favored. That's why I would have kind of expected Trappy to try an Inca miracle here. It's super hard on such a far map. What is good for Franks is the abundance of gold, though. Like, if Franks can keep playing Frank Paladin, they're usually very happy. Just not that sure if they're that happy doing that with Turks.
Both players also sniped 2 Vills.
Third one for Trappy. Fourth one for Trappy. Rush going well for the Frank, actually. I mean, Trappy has a lot more DM experience, so Rush is stronger. Vinchester playing super defensive with the Camel Civ. Kind of a little bit odd. Camel Civ's typically meant to be faster, not rushing himself, but also not chicken castling himself, so therefore vulnerable to the rush, and Trappy getting tons of value here in a matchup where you would not expect it.
Yeah, he's got 5 Vills. Could you get a 6
Did you get another there? The Paladin isn't so confused and running back and forth. Alright, we get it.
6 villager down. And now Tweppy's massing up a bunch of Halberdier. He still has a lot of Paladin in the queue. And he's also queuing up Axeman now. Also taking advantage of the cheap Frank castles. He's going to start castling the middle.
I guess that's a bonus that helps X-Men production. And X-Men are being produced. Let's go.
More villagers going down for Vinch. It's now 8 villagers lost to this rush.
Maybe the civs don't matter if you're just a better player in a cap war?
Yeah. Yeah, it's... Pretty sure that's a Mr. Yo quote from way back when. It's like, no. Players don't... Or civs don't win games, players win games. I think he lost the set 4-0, but the quote still stands.
You said that after or before the...
No, before the set.
It's such a good quote that its history is kind of dark and should discomfort the quote, I guess. But, I have heard it before when I think it was way more often said when I started playing A2 again. In 2019 or so.
Yeah. I think it's... Well, I think it was in NAC 3. Maybe it was NAC 2. I don't remember.
I think it was 2 because I watched 3. It's NAC 3, says Xardas. Okay.
Ah, okay, yeah.
Well, back to this
TDM7
game though. Heavy fights in the middle. I think going better for Vinchester. At least he got the position back. Will count also equaling out again. Turks getting treadmill crane, therefore constructing their town centers and potentially docks faster. And the army count looks good for Vinchester. He showed some skill at the start. X-Men now caught under the hill a little bit here. X-Men kind of the men counter versus the camels here, I think. They're surprisingly good with CA though as well, because they deal melee damage and have 70 HP. Which is the nice thing about the X-Men. But kind of stank grounding now. Helvet is in the back. Army kind of moving a bit weirdly for Trappy. Little moments of miss micro there. Winchester's army now ends up under the hill. So we'll do a little less damage. Frank Paladin's in position, and the camels are all gone. With the Paladin alive, the camel one. Maybe a solid situation for Trappy. We dare saying it yet, but...
Yeah, Vinch is now out of golds. He's switching into making Hussar now. But he does have 72 CA still alive. And Tweppy is out of food as well. He is making fishing ships, so his food count should jump pretty quickly.
Dallas seems to say he set a quote at the end. Yeah, the X-Men are killing CA there. I mean, they also have all died though. Doesn't help my point.
Tweppy's Q is also stopped. He hasn't queued anything for a little while. And
out of
Vinch doesn't really have the resources to queue much himself.
Trappy even sending the fishing ships onto food. We see them on oysters a lot of the time. Vinchester has read the handbook and is walling with houses up top. Not sure why he's walling, but at least he's doing it legally.
Yeah, he just wants to keep his pawn safe.
Yeah, I guess that's more natural move in RM. But if you think about 4 legs in RM, I understand it a lot more. Somehow I wasn't thinking about that, but yeah. I guess that makes a bit sneak card. Yeah, okay, might be good here too. 1 bombard cannon working away on the TC. 5 bombard cannons in queue. Traps still kill things faster. Turk bombard cannons are kind of surprisingly bad versus buildings, because they don't have siege engineers, and therefore not the extra bonus damage.
Yeah. Missing siege engineers is huge when you're trying to push castles. Bombard cannons only have like, what, 50 bonus damage? Or no, like 200? Yeah, 200 bonus damage to buildings.
50 is like a camel trap amount of bonus damage versus building.
Something is 50 bonus damage to buildings. I just don't remember what it is.
I think it's the camel trap.
Is it the camel trap?
Mounted trebuchet of the Gitans. Maybe it could be something elsewhere, but I think the mounted trebuchet has something around that number, which ends up doing kind of nothing, but also a little bit something.
Well, I think Persian elephants are also around that number.
But you have more of them, right? I don't know. They seem to be doing something. But the bombard cannons I have done not much and are being killed. Carson stays up. Paladin versus CA. I mean, Frank Paladin versus CA isn't the worst thing in the world. Secondary lake in the north for Trappy. Not producing fishing ships yet, but at least docks and castle they are controlling the southern lake with a Paladin. Vinchester. Monks in transport ships. We are going for the hard way to get ready.
Yeah, Vinch is also pop capped. Tweppy's still trying to get his population up. And Vinch really hasn't taken like full control of his ponds here. He only has 5 fishing ships on the 1 pond, and Tweppy has a paladin camping the bottom one, so.
Spike claims this would be a Scorpion matchup for Franks versus Turk bombard cannons?
No.
I doubt it. I think X-Men are a better unit than Scorps here.
Don't really like this fight for Tweppy. They should back up. He is thinning out the CA numbers.
Camels again. I guess thinning out the CA numbers might be worth, but he's also thinning out his own Paladin numbers.
Yeah.
Those are expensive too, and sadly a melee unit. Like a non-ranged unit, maybe rather say. Vinch melee would be fine.
Yeah, Vinch now with a lot of vills on golds. Turks do gather gold faster. So his eco is set up to replace the CA numbers fairly quickly. Whereas Paladin are going to be very difficult to replace.
It's looking tough for Trappy. He needed that win in Slavs versus Georgians. close out the series, I think. Franks vs Turks. I mean, I hyped up the X-Men, but it feels a little bit complex to win, especially on such a long map where you can't like win by pure skill at the start. He did well in pure skill at the start, but Golden Lakes is a bit too defensive for that. With the lower elevation in the middle.
Yeah, I still don't think it's over yet. Tweppy does have 40 fishing ships on both fish and oyster, but he's really going to have to stop this push. It's going to be difficult. He also has 0 wood, so...
Japanese won without army production or eco today. Nate can take. Oh, mate, man.
True.
That made no sense again. Stop having the same colors, Pasta and Nate. But yeah, we're just pressuring heavily under the castles. You're saying it's not over, but 20 army is worrying for our DM friend. 0 on wood and out of wood as well. Didn't care for the wood eco, made a lot of farms. But only thing he can produce now is food and gold units, means no halberdiers. I guess he doesn't really need them right now. Combat cans at least take ages to take the castle down, but eventually they'll get it. And if these 2 castles fall, sure, there's oysters in the lakes. So Traffic can get gold, but not really long term.
Yeah, Vinch has maintained
GG.
200 pop for quite a while. So, Vinch is going
Getting
to
to
take the
200
set.
pop is OP, I heard. GG's, well played. Vinchester drafts still not perfectly, but a lot better in his first set. And it is enough to turn a 3-2 loss into a 3-2 win. Has to be said though, he won a game with Civ disadvantage as well, even if only slight, in the Georgians versus Slavs. So he definitely didn't win the draft, but his skill with a decent draft can carry him more than his skill with an abysmal draft. And Trappy fought well, but Vinchester is a beast, man. Holy. Did not expect that. We were kind of debating whether to put him in Div 1 or not in the seeding meeting. And I made some historical cases that he's played a lot of DM in the past, and he should be good. And his DM skill is looking very, very high.
Yeah, I don't recall that he played last season. Was it freaking Andy was playing last season? Vinch
Yeah,
did
Vinch
not?
hasn't played TDM at all yet. Vinch played like in the old times with the World Cups.
Okay, yeah.
Or like old times, I don't know. Not that old times, but a few years ago in the World Cup era, he played DM. He won Silver League of DM World Cup 1. Or he won DM Rising Star 1. He won the biggest newcomer DM tournament that only excluded like the top 8 or something at the time. I think DM Rising Star 1 was it. So only the DM super experts couldn't play in that, so it was really high level. Everybody besides the top 8 or 16 at the time, and DM was also pretty big. And Vinchester won that one, and then participated in the World Cups, but I don't think we've seen him play DM for the last few years until DM Nations Cup, where he obviously captained Team Russia and made it into playoffs at least. I think they lost to Spain with Hedo. But yeah, Vinch is back, and he's looking really, really good. Unfortunate to Trappy. Has lost 2 close sets now. But Vinch progressing to be a threat to the top dogs in Deathmatch.
Yeah, it's a pretty good set. I very much enjoyed it. I gotta get going. It's been a long stream for me.
You cast 3 sets already, Jade. Thank you so much for casting this one with me. I feel like that works out super well with us. Like, I don't know, the whole when everybody speaks. So it was very, very easy to co-cast with you. So
Oh, thank you. I try. I try to not be a pain to interact with.
Yeah, so, I mean, you've co-casted with other big, like with bigger streamers than me before as well. So, but yeah. It was really enjoyable. Thank you so much, Jade. And also thank you for covering TDM in general and the sets earlier.
Yeah, I still have a little while before school starts, so I'm hoping to cast a lot more this tournament.
Nice. 99 players, plenty of sets. I can't shout you out again because I just did it, but everybody click on the link in the description and leave a follow to Jade. Thank you so much, man. See you around.
Yep. We'll see ya.